Hello, we are here. Took us a moment to get here, but no, we do. Just have to have a moment to get that final curl, that final whatever. But we are live tonight. Are we being overly sensitive or just out of line? Maybe you ask that about us too. We'll see tonight how it all goes with the team. We're live in the living room. Let's go, y'all.
I'm a filmmaker. I've worked in film, video, and television for over 30 years. I took a little break, but now I'm back.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Art Imitates Life with me, Tanya Dixon. Tonight, like I said, the greatest that we always do in news and entertainment news, information, the whole thing. And we're not going to disappoint tonight. Who Spiked the Tea is going to be on point. We got a lot of subject matter that we have to go through tonight. A lot of things happened this week, and we got to talk all about it. And then, of course, in the living room with the team, we're going to talk about, are we being overly sensitive these days or just out of line? And there were some incidents this week that sparked that conversation. So, of course, we're going to get into it in just a little bit. But you know how we do. We got to take that break here from my sponsors for just a second. We'll be right back to kick it off. I'll bring in the AIL team too. And so we'll be here in just a second. All right. Y'all hang tight. Let's go.
Art Imitates Life with Tanya Dixon is being sponsored by Tandiland Global, bringing your multimedia dreams to life.
Well, everybody come on in and unmute yourselves. So, how y'all doing? Welcome to our tonight. How y'all doing?
Hey,
Hello.
All right now. What's going on?
Hey, folks.
Kind of full house compared to what we've had for the last couple of weeks. We've been on that skeleton crew. And, Lord have mercy. Margo held it down with us when we first came back, and then Rick came on, and then that was really live. Last week, me and Veronica held it down with Michael, and there was a couple of fights almost ensued, but we got through. But it's all good. Mike is looking at something. He got a troubled bridge over troubled water.
You're right. My what you call it is acting real strange and funny.
It's trying to calm you down.
Look who the owner is.
Did she say, look how old I am?
I said, look who the owner is.
Oh, okay.
he has that trouble look. Well, everybody welcome back to the AIL. Sorry. And I know how we always do. We like to talk about how your week was, what's going on. We're going to try to keep it moving and not make it too long because we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. So, and I have a feeling some of that stuff is going to go kind of long. So, I'm sorry I'm coughing tonight. And no, I don't have any of the C word and none of that. I just still have the asthma and all that. So, I'm going to start with you all. Let's see, Veronica. You sitting right, yeah. How was your week? What was going on with
It
you?
was pretty good. Like I was talking about earlier, I've been trying to check on some different organizations to get into.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years ago, my brother had ALS, which is Lou Gehrig's disease, and I want to try to get back into that organization and try to help them find a cure. You
Okay,
know, and get with
sounds
my,
good.
the cancer organization.
Right.
Just put myself out there a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Like you got some plans, girl. I ain't mad at you, not even a bit. All right, Margo, go. How was your week? What you got going on?
Not much this week as far as going on, but stuff happening to me. Yes, a lot of changes in
Okay.
my job, a lot of flip flopping and trying to move me in every single classroom throughout the building. And I
Hmm.
even got to the point where I had to stand in between two parents that almost got into a really bad argument.
What?
So yeah, it's been a lot of trying. Is people's pushing buttons and just weird stuff is happening, and I'm not
Oh.
one that's not being aware of all of this. So yeah, I'm like
Yeah, so it
I'm
looks like the living
yeah
room
I'm
topic gonna be on point for you tonight.
yeah, it is, and I'm gonna give
Oh my God.
every single viewpoint I possibly can tonight too. So
I ain't mad at you.
y'all
Okay.
gonna hear some stuff.
We ready? We
Do it,
ready?
girl. Go
She
ahead.
said, "We ready?"
Do it. Do
All
it.
right. Rickness Monster. How you doing? And tell us about the show last night. Was it last night? No, last week. Last week.
Yeah, I think your mic, something's going on with his
Yeah,
mic.
your mic is not. Yeah, we don't hear
Your
you, Rick.
mic sound nice. Check one. Hey,
Yeah.
if you
No,
talking,
we
we
don't
can't
hear
hear
you.
you.
We don't hear you.
He
Okay,
look like
he's doing the
somebody
silent.
daddy. He look like somebody. Get in that room and don't come out till I tell you to. Let me.
He got to figure that out. He got some technical stuff happening. So we'll come back to Rick.
Yeah.
Right. He said go on the mic and we'll come back. Okay.
Yeah.
Mike.
Hey, what's going on? Man, uh, it's been a week. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
been a week, like I told y'all last week. So, with each day that passed this week, got a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? I scared the hell out of myself last week. So I got scared myself so much I started scheduling doctor's appointments and everything. You know what I'm saying?
I know that's right.
I ain't
Yeah.
lying. Hey,
Everything on
look
that
here.
list checked out. Yeah.
I tell you, I said, look here now. It's been about a week and a half, 2 weeks now. Hey,
Right.
doc, I need a chest X-ray. I need this, the heart doctor, lung doctor. You know what I'm saying? I need to check my bowels, my colon. Hey, what's going on? Like,
He said his bowels,
hey,
his colon.
I need a
man,
royal flush. Like
I'm trying
just
to tell you, man. Look here, when you sitting up here scared to go to sleep because you don't know if tomorrow is gonna come. Hey, you get to calling everybody. But other than that, been a real productive week. I've been in meetings all week, just meeting after meeting, trying to get this nonprofit thing going, and it's been busy, and I thought that it was easy, but when your phone rang all day, and it don't seem like people call sporadically, they call all at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So you trying to balance who calling who and who to talk to for a little bit and this bit and I, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know. But it's the people mean well, and they're not trying to disturb you like that, but it can get a little bit overwhelming if you're not used to it. So all of this stuff is new. So I'm trying to figure it all out. But it's a good thing though. Keep me busy, keep my mind occupied, kind of make me, since I'm feeling better, it put me back in the mood to move around, do some things, and get back to y'all gonna turn me back to the old me.
Mm-hmm.
No,
But
don't go
yeah.
there. Okay.
I don't know what that is. I want to. What is that?
No, I'm cool. I've always been mellow, man. I've always been chill. You know what I'm saying? It's good.
He's saying he'll pull out the gorilla suit when need be.
That's right.
My brother.
Man. Well, we thank you for being here, Mike. Thank you for being
What's
here.
up with you? What's up with you?
Yes.
Rough week. It was a rough week. I'll tell you, I was depressed at the beginning of the week more so because I'm still dealing with this asthma thing, and I did not expect it to. I kept seeing these body changes. I went into a pulmonary edema stage, which is a dangerous stage with all the fluid in my body. And this has alarmed me, and I got like really scared earlier in the week. So that's the goal right now, reducing the fluid out of the body, trying to change everything, that I'm doing. Changing to natural diuretics, changing away from, some of the prescription drugs, just trying to incorporate better things into my body to get rid of this condition. I've had it before and I was hospitalized the last time. Don't want to do it this time that way because my understanding is my kidney is not functioning properly, and you can't get your kidney to function sometimes if you're on all the prescription meds. You got to back up and try to go a natural way, and that's what I'm doing now. And the changeover is not easy. It's really not easy, but I think I know I'm going to make it. I know I'm going to make it. And then had some struggles with my vehicle this week. I had about 3 mechanics trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
I ain't got my license yet.
Yeah, I ain't got 3 mechanics and Michael. Yeah, trying to figure out what is going on with my car. And I can't get the diagnostic tested to the end of the month, the 30th or the 21st of June. So I'm like, okay, we're going to figure it out somehow, some way, get the diagnostic on the car.
Whoa. When you say? What'd you
30th?
say?
One dealership says the 30th of May, and the other one says the 21st of June.
In the plan or the suggestion I gave?
Oh man, we changed the camshaft, the crank shaft. We changed all that. We think it's the computer system now, the PCM. I mean, we don't really know. So the mechanics are like, hey, you can keep changing out stuff on this car forever until you get a real hardcore test. And that's where the dealership came in. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the dealership can't get me in no time soon.
With that, them insurance people ain't gonna. Girl, let me stop.
What?
Put your business out there like that. But that's a long time to wait though when you trying to do the thing. But,
So I just got to either get another mechanic who just wants to try some things, or I got to wait until I can go to that dealer. I'll probably get another one to try some stuff and see what it is, And I can't complain. That car has never given me any major problems. Never. So I can't complain.
Never know. The universe could be just sitting you down somewhere.
I think it is. Because some major stuff is happening.
That's how they're going to Walmart.
I know, right? In every mart. Because I didn't go a whole lot of places, but I still was just moving. I was just always moving. I wasn't like going to the other side of Atlanta, but I was just Kroger. Always moving somewhere. And I think because my car and maybe my car and my body are in unison, saying she needs to sit down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could be.
They with the universe and say, sit your down. So maybe that's what it is.
So. I think about my mind get to going when we start talking like this here. But if you put it like this here, the conversation we had the other day, and then sitting down, there might have been could be our connected and related. Can you imagine uh not being, I guess, like let's for example, for me, the situation I was in, trying to contemplate on life and stuff, and then I'm out there trying to drive doing the same thing, and then I get lost in my thoughts or whatever, and I ain't paying attention to the road.
Yeah, anything can happen. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And then we know that last week was the time when we were like trying to do some different, and I do know that for some reason my body just said, I'm so glad that it didn't go down like that, because I would have been just miserable during the whole time, absolutely miserable, and that would not have been good. So things happen the way they need to. Let's check and see if Rick has any sound yet. Rick, are you with us in sound?
Let's give it a try.
There you go.
Hold on. I want y'all to go back. He didn't come on and just be like, hey, let's give it a try. Like, let's give it a try. Look.
You don't dig my mother voice.
That's that studio voice.
I'm saying, let's give it a try.
Hey, it's been like that. It's been like that. And that's the thing. That's the thing. This whole this venture that I'm pursuing. It's like you have to train yourself to. You have to train your voice. You have to train your voice and articulate in certain ways, depending on the script. But yeah, that's a part of the journey. The art show 2 weekends ago. I swear it was like rejuvenation. It was it was much needed, you guys. It was so much needed. Being with family, friends, schoolmates, even, you know what I'm saying, people that I used to work with. I'm glad that my people showed up. Those that were there that could be there. I enjoyed it for what it is, and much more to come. I had a real good time. Good. I want to thank my family for showing up. I want to thank Margo, Shamika, Meeks, you guys, Cedric, you know what I'm saying, Cedric Lewis, if you're out there, Kevin Richardson, Salazar. Thank you guys. Thank all of y'all, because that really meant a lot to me. It really, really did. It was kind of last minute, but I showed up. I believe it was more so for my wife in a sense, because she sold out her products. She sold out her bath salts.
We was making sure we bought some stuff. But that was the whole initial thing, Tanya, is that I had went and I was trying to surprise Rick, but I didn't realize that Shamika already told him. And I was like, really? She already
I snuck up behind them.
Because I
snuck up behind them.
I didn't make it concrete that I was gonna go. I wanted to that's why I was trying not to put it in our
I didn't even know.
And so I
was the last time that you all have seen one another, you and Rick?
That's
since high school.
Yeah.
Since high school.
You're kidding me.
Since high school.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's so cool.
Since high school. Cool. Since high school.
That's
wow.
Really cool.
So it was fun. It was a lot of other artists that really received Rick. It's like, yeah, do you do that? I said, that's who we came to support. He's like, he's cool. He was the first one that greeted us when we brought in our artwork and all this other stuff. And the dudes were like gunning for you too, Rick, while we was there. They was like, his art is love and all this other stuff. But he's like, he's really, really cool. And I was like, that's our friend.
I love people.
So,
I love people. I love people. And everybody here, I haven't seen in a while. Even seeing Mike for the first time after so many years since our high school reunion. Like my wife's her heart melt when she seen our class combined, and seeing Michael Lee was like, who was ignorant as all get out. You know what I'm saying? Especially Mike. Mike is gonna be Mike no matter what. He's gonna take the show. He's gonna steal the show.
On purpose. It wasn't even on purpose, man. It wasn't even.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was.
Nah,
Oh, now you got the voice. Yeah.
What? Oh man, no.
But it was a dope reunion, and I'm looking forward to more, especially what's forthcoming this summer. It's kind of shaky, but I know it's possible because this reunion has to be had. It has to be done one way or another, win day or another. One way or another, or win day or another. But I'm definitely looking forward to this. But yeah, had a good time, and I'm glad I showed up. And after we was done, Cass was like, "Hey man, what y'all finna do? We finna be our age and go to bed." We headed right to the hotel room.
Man, and I don't know. I don't know if that event was along those lines when those I don't know, it was like 2 or 3 unfortunate events happening in Austin. You know what I'm saying? Last week and the week before last. So that definitely make you say, I'm 40, pimp. I'm gonna sit my ass down. You know what I'm saying?
He had some things happening in Austin.
Yeah, it was like man, it was like some police beating up on some folks down on 6th Street. Two people got murdered, and I think they was related. It was a robbery that went down. Then it was a revenge. Apparently, like defending the one incident, and then another lady ended up going because it was supposedly had been a robbery. Connected. That whole 6th Street thing, man, it's just crazy.
I bet you they not. I bet you they ain't Austinites. I bet you they weren't original Austin folk. I bet you they not.
And then the one cat that ended up, I think we went to school with him, but he ended up, it's unfortunate, but he ended up, I guess murdering his wife and stepson.
What?
It's crazy, man. But I don't know. I ain't trying to be
we didn't even got to the T yet.
Yeah, no, I'm just
you made it Long Island.
So I guess what I'm getting at, man, because I miss home too. But I think what I'm getting at is for you to have a successful event in a moment of nostalgia, a rendezvous with your folks, man. That's good, positive energy, positive vibe to bring about from the A-Town, the ATX.
All of that.
Amidst what was going on, man.
The original.
That has always tripped me out, the ATX. I was like, okay.
So congratulations, brother. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to you.
Appreciate it. More to come. Better to come. Not just more, but better to come, because there was some hiccups. But that's okay. The flow, hence water, is secure, but we'll deal with that. Nonetheless,
I'm gonna tell you what my granny told me, man. There's no such thing as failure. There's no such thing as mistake. Only learning opportunities.
Right.
That's it.
Well, on that note, it is time to go to Who Spiked This Tea.
Here we go.
Let's go on to Spike This Tea. Let's go.
Hey, them herbs look good.
Stop that.
Tea, right? Hibiscus. That was hibiscus, right?
Leaves and the hibiscus flowers and the chamomile.
Cannabiscus? No, okay, Rick, shut up.
Well, everybody, welcome to Who Spiked the Tea. This is our segment where we do our hot topics, and I'll give everybody the rundown of what the story is, and then the team will jump in and discuss it, and hopefully you all come into the comments either on YouTube, Facebook, or even Twitch and discuss it with us. And so feel free to jump into the chat tonight. We hope to have it all the way live. I'm going to kick off with this story just to get everybody riled up. And I think pretty much everybody knows what story I'm kicking off with. I guess my face is not sad enough for some of y'all, but I'm going to just be me and do it the way that I need to do it. Okay, here's the story. The story is Kevin Samuels, YouTuber with 1.4 million subscribers, has died. And this is what his mother said. Now, all day long, I have seen rumors up and down where people were like, did he die? Is it just a rumor? It sounds like a rumor. We don't know if it is. Even the news stations here, in Atlanta had a kind of up and down about what it was. But then they said when his mother confirmed, that's another story right there. So here's the deal. Kevin Samuels, a YouTuber who became known for his controversial relationship advice, has died. His mother confirmed to NBC News. Rumors of his death first circulated on social media Thursday night. His mother, Beverly Samuels Birch, declined to release details about what happened. She says she learned of her son's death from social media. She says that was a terrible thing for social media to put that out. I didn't even know. I hadn't even been notified. She said in a phone call Friday. She says, all I'm doing is requesting that people pray for us. And the Atlanta Police Department said that officers were called into an apartment on East Paces Ferry Road on Thursday morning regarding a person injured. By the time that the police arrived, first responders were performing CPR on an unresponsive man, later identified as Samuel. A woman in the apartment told officers that Samuels had complained about chest pain and that she attempted to help him out, but he fell. He fell on top of her, and she called 911. So Samuels was taken to Piedmont Hospital, but the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office said in the press release that that it performed the autopsy and the cause and the manner of death were pending, and they said that he was listed at age 53, but other people say he was 56. So I'm really concerned about that. So let's get a little backstory on Samuels, who describes himself as an image consultant, shared his YouTube videos to his more than 1.4 million subscribers, discussing topics that included dating and relationships. His views, which many people on social media felt were an attack on Black women, often sparked outrage. Last month, he was slammed over a video where he labeled women who were over 35 and unmarried as leftovers. And he said, if you have made it to 35 and you are unmarried, you are a leftover woman, he said in the video. You are what left. Men know that there is something likely wrong with you. He stirred up controversy over videos where he rated women's appearances based on their looks and dress size. Many said his advice was toxic and misogynistic. Following the news of his death, many social media users were quick to point out his contentious views. Kevin Samuels has made a career off shamelessly disgracing Black women for profit. He emboldened the most toxic individuals to project tired and harmful narratives about Black women. That's what journalist Ernest Owens wrote. Dead or alive with a disgraceful life to live. That's all I've got for that misogynist.
So with that said, so what was the positive that he brought to the table? Because the journalists go.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Another person said, "What did Kevin Samuels die from? Being 56 and unmarried." This is what musician John Duh tweeted. Some, including YouTuber Adam22, defended Samuels. Kevin Samuels was a good dude who gave a lot of people solid advice. He got smeared for having a backbone and an opinion, and he didn't back down to the mob. Rest in peace. So, I mean, depends on who it is. But before we all give y'all opinions, let me jump over here to this. This is the original story that I read on News One, and that was my response this morning to Michael's comments. I don't know if y'all caught that, but they were saying, according to the police report, officers responded to the 911 call placed by a woman who was with Samuels in his apartment in Atlanta. The woman, identified in police report as Mrs. Hortensia Alcantara, told officers that the person in distress was Mr. Kelvin Samuels, apparently misspelling his first name. After the two spent the night together, Alcantara said Samuels complained of chest pain and he fell on top of her. Well, they also said in reports that this was accidental. I saw all kinds of things going on in this whole story, because there's several articles that have been out, depending on who you're reading from, depends on what it is. So I'm gonna let y'all have the floor.
I think it was Mordecai. It was Mordecai. That's all I can tell you.
I was trying to figure out if it was a hoax too, because it was following along with like Stevie Wonder stuff for a minute. But somebody was telling me, and I'm like, Stevie Wonder ain't dead. I'm like, let's Google this, because you've been believing it for a whole month. And I was like, but anyway, I feel bad for the family, especially to find out the way, the mom to find out through social media versus through, relatives and through the police department or whatever, not being notified, and you get that hard news that your child has passed, regardless of what the child has done, period. Or, that is still,
who the child is, period,
that is still someone she birthed, and you have that connection. As for me, my personal opinion, I didn't necessarily like his YouTube stuff in the way he presented himself and his information. He might have had some solid facts in there, but some of that stuff is just like I can't open my ear or my mind to really hear so much of it with his the way he went about it, especially with the women that called him. Now they're kind of foolish for calling in, because you're setting yourself up, but it's still a different kind of way. But I know it's all just for show, for view, to get the likes and the ratings. So that was his thing, and that's how he was making his money. And
he knew that he was exploiting them.
I didn't agree with it. I didn't like him, but I darn sure don't wish death on nobody. Not like that. And
rest in peace to him.
And rest in peace to him. And in the midst of hearing that story talking about he fell on top of her, was y'all in the midst of doing something when
he fell on top of Mordecai?
How did he die?
On top of him.
On top of me.
On top of him.
Yeah,
if she was helping and he fell, or if they was in the midst of an action.
Like to me, it's crazy how you have someone, especially of our melanin, going against the grain and speaking his or even her opinion. And okay, it pinches, right? It pinched, but you want to laugh at his death. That's what upsets me the most. You want to laugh at his death.
Okay, wait a minute.
Let
me get off this. Let me
finish.
Ain't nobody laughing at that man's death. I'm looking at the fact that you're a misogynist. Your tongue has done so much, and I'm not going to cry. I'm just not going to cry.
We haven't cried over a lot of outspoken people's deaths. We don't cry, but at the same time to laugh. Hell, I wouldn't even laugh at Rush Limbaugh's.
I certainly wouldn't, because Russ, he actually made a lot of sense on some things. So you would have to really listen to him.
But at the same time, like him, it's very subjective. Everything is subjective. But when you pinch nerves, and these nerves is like you going, because he got it too. Rush got it too. No matter who we perceive or consider as leaders in certain subject matter, they're going to get pitchforks and lit torches. They're going to get it. But all I'm going to say on that, before we expound on that, or feel like we have to expound on that, peace to him and his family. I hope they rest in peace. But I'm pretty sure they're not going to be done with him, because you can't die without leaving a legacy on a positive note. No matter what someone brings to the table, from a positive or a insightful thinking or a challenging perspective, no matter what, especially when it's at least pinching or touching on a truth or even experience or opinion, you're not going to die unclean. People will not let you die. But I'm gonna leave it at that. Peace to him and his family. He said what he felt like needed to be said. Not everybody agrees, but fine, leave it alone and let it be. But hey, It is what it is.
Can I say this? I mean, really, I'm gonna just be honest with you. When it comes to none of us in this, okay, unless you know what's going on with your third eye, your real brain, and know about the contract that you have for however long that you are here. There's certain goals that you have while you are here to fulfill. Mm-hmm. He might have fulfilled that. Whatever he wanted to experience, that's what he experienced being back here. And then it's time for a person to go. That's what we all do. You experience whatever it is that you said in your contract. Ain't nothing, mistakes. It's just whatever you set the experience. The only thing that I say is this. I don't care what your experience is. There's one thing that we have as a mantra and we should have as people. One thing, do not harm. That's the one damn thing that you should do while you're walking here on this sand, this dirt, this earth. Do not harm. And when you purposely set out to do things and say things that you know are harmful to people, you have broken and gone against that mantra. So if people have a certain reaction to that, it is what it is. Sometimes the tongue is what it is that ruins everything. It's your own tongue. It's not somebody else came and made your tongue flap and say it. You went against for yourself with your own decisions that you made. There's people right now who are really rejoicing or really feeling comfortable that damn narrative is not out there anymore, especially against Black women. They have every right to feel that. Every right. Do not harm. Do not harm.
Now to harm, and here's the thing. Harm is also subjective. Now you speak on harm, but what people perceive as harm, like they know what they're going into, whether they have ammunition or not. They know what they're going into. Either you're going to feed that narrative or feed into or go into whatever that narrative is.
Oh, I'm not talking about the crazy women who were crazy enough to talk to him.
I'm talking about everybody.
About the fact that I'm talking the general narrative that he used to put out there.
I'm talking about everybody.
Like people who were crazy enough to walk in.
I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about everybody. You know what it is when you go before you play football. You know what's to be expected. You know what it's going to cost. And you know what it's going to take.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about folks who just heard about it and know about it. And I feel like we as Black women, we have enough to deal with that we did not need someone there dragging us down. And I don't care what anybody says about that. I still think that was bad. And that's still, to me, that still goes against the mantra of do no harm.
Subjective. It's still subjective, but it's your opinion.
Subject my ass with. You know that I'm right.
But stick with it. Stick with it because guess what? No matter what anyone has to say,
here's the other thing.
Be it truth and or experience, it's all subjective. It's whether you want it or not. But you know what you want before you get to the table.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna bring some dirt to the table. Let me see what's going on with Mr. Mind Right first, because his ass is being too quiet on purpose. Let me see what's going on with him. And then I gotta say one more thing before I get up. Mr. Mind Right, what you got? Because I have a feeling there's something going on with you. What is it?
I will say this. I feel like, and I've been told this because, I tend to stand strong on my thoughts and beliefs. You have the right to have a difference of opinion. Everybody has that, whether it makes you feel a certain way or not. Now, me, my grandma, my daddy, my mama, they told me, because they are very blunt and direct, right? I'd rather tell you the sour truth than a sweet lie. And no matter what you say, nobody wants to hear the harsh reality of what they're doing. I witnessed it today with myself, with my mother. You know what I'm saying? Today talking, and we were having a very, very productive conversation, but where certain elements come up to where people are telling you about where you could stand to improve, areas where you could stand to improve on, it still hits your core because you're like, what? I need to improve. Like I've been doing it, you know. So in that aspect, his harsh reality, his sour truths, when people want to hear sweet lies, you know, that's that. Now, to regardless of what you think, and you say, oh, that's a sour tongue. Even when people murder somebody and then they get the death penalty or they come back on them, if you value life, if you have a loving spirit, a loving heart, if you're a religious person and you're taught that Jesus loved everybody, so you love everybody, do unto others as you want others to do unto you. If you're going to do unto others and say, I'm glad that MF is dead, do you want somebody to say when you die, regardless of how you lived your life, I'm
they're
glad
gonna say
that
what they
MF
want to
is
say.
dead? You see what I'm saying?
They're gonna say what they want to say because they talked about Jesus. They talked about Jesus and still talking about him.
And then we brought up it just in here now. You know what I'm saying? That these people knew. Some of the people knew what they were getting into. Now, apparently, a lot of women were offended, but he had episodes to where a lot of men were offended, and he told them about themselves. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Women, and I'm not making this about man or that woman, but it was, I don't know, depending on what you think about history, whether it was a man's world and all that, and then equal rights and having to fight. But a lot of women call men dogs. A lot of women have a lot of things to say about a man and a father and this and that. Don't you cut me off. I'm talking. You gave me the mic. I'm finna go. So a lot of women have that. The world, damn it. A lot of women have their thoughts about men, which is evil-tongued. But if they were to die and people were to celebrate their death, that would be wrong too. So I just feel like in this world, we say freedom of speech, and people say, well, it's the delivery. Do they owe you a soft delivery? Do they owe you a delivery that caters to your feelings and everything else? No, they don't. Because we have debates all the time with other people that have differences of opinion, but it always, a lot of times it evolves to people bickering and arguing and going back and forth and hating each other in the end. If you're going to have an intellectual conversation and learn something from that, have that. I personally don't talk to people that way. I feel like I try to navigate as best I can to try to deliver whatever message I have in a respectful manner. But if it comes off harsh, it's going to come off harsh to somebody. Somebody's going to always be offended. So, I try to find a peaceful thing in there, but I value life. And I love everybody with the heart that I have. People make me mad. I get, I go to cussing and slanging, and everything, be wanting to fight. But in the end, I don't want to see nobody dead.
Right.
I ain't finna sit there and say I'm glad that MF dead. Even if somebody did something to my family, to one of my, and it happened to end in an unpleasant way.
That part though.
I value life itself.
Right.
Now, depending on how mad I am, I might respond out of emotion. I might be the one that takes somebody's life. But I ain't gonna celebrate it and be like, yeah, it is such because 9 times out of 10, I'm probably gonna be remorseful for it because I have a conscience and I have a heart and I didn't want to do that. Or it didn't have to happen. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. The man himself, whatever people thought of him, that's one thing. But to celebrate the fact that somebody died, to be happy for it, to take a stance on that and be like,
okay.
Hey, look. Some people
have your moment because I'm gonna tell you, and that's why I said what I said earlier. I stand on my stance. Yeah. I said it, minute fight come with it. And I'm talking to Texas.
I don't know who you were talking about when you were talking about people celebrating and you started talking about that this morning. I don't know who would celebrate that, what kind of person, but as far as I'm concerned, nobody here has celebrated it. So when you say that, it makes it sound like somebody in this group has.
No, nobody in here believes that.
Not at all.
No one in here believes that.
No one. No. I said specifically.
It does sound
there
like
are,
that.
There are people.
But you're the only one that takes that stance that's full of emotion.
I count, and there's not emotion. It's just I want that to be clear to an audience that there's nobody in this room that is celebrating that. I just look at it this way. I have this thing about me where I still say it is a do no harm thing, and I also believe when you live by the sword, you die by it too. There's another thing
But what's the
people are
sword? Is
not
the
looking.
is the
But no,
sword?
hold on,
Is the
hold on,
sword?
hold on, hold on. I'm not actually my point. There's something else going on that I'm very curious about, and that's the whole situation that he was always talking about these young women that he would be with. He always talked about women over 35, like I said earlier. So he talked about being with the young women. And this person who he was with today, and I always had it in my head. I always said these young women are a beard for this man. There's a lot more to this on. When the
I don't know
time
what it is.
goes on, we're going to find out more that was happening with this man. So I reserve judgment on some things because I feel like the story is a lot deeper than
I
what's
do.
being said. I
I
feel
agree.
like a lot
I
of
agree.
facts were
I
hidden.
definitely agree.
And
I
so
definitely.
now I feel like a lot of things will come out at this time. So I reserve some of that opinion that I might have about Mr. and his accidental death. I think there's more involved in that. Margo, you gonna say?
I'll say, do you think it's a conspiracy
Margo,
theory?
you had
I
something
was,
you
I was, yeah, conspiracy theory is something like
Oh, I
somebody
think
was
that he just had a
plotting
private
on,
life.
plotting on something.
Whatever
No.
it is. Look here. It's
I
like
think that
this.
man, I think he was talking out of the side of his
People
mouth.
think roses. Look, people think roses are beautiful. People and some people hate roses because they have too many thorns. Either you know how to pick it up, or you just pick it up any kind of way. You just go in any kind of way. People think roses are beautiful. Some people think roses hurt. It is what it is. It's all
But let me
subjective.
ask this question here. We've seen endless videos of police things that happen with the cops and how they turn out to be a tragedy. And we see videos, and then the world comments on the video, and then it's like, oh man, that's wrong, that's wrong. And then you see the video where the person was reaching for a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh, and then everybody will voice their opinion about how wrong it is and this, that, and the other. But when the facts come out that disprove what you were supporting,
right,
you don't go back and recant your statement and say, I was wrong, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because he was
That
going
never
for that. And if
happens.
I was a cop in that situation, I would have shot him too, or I would have did this, or whatever the case may be. So I know it's way left when you're talking about somebody verbally saying something and versus that, but it's one of those things where, like you said, when the video come out or when the truth come out or when the facts come out, what if the facts come out that says, oh snap, he was actually doing something good, or
right.
oh snap, like
And it
Rick
was
said,
just him.
he has nonprofits that he support with his earnings and this, that, and the other, and he's trying to go for this and go for that.
But they're honing in on the negative always.
Whatever the fact is, if something came out to disprove your shit, would you go back and recant your statement?
Oh,
You know, there's
but
a
hey,
lot of evil people with nonprofit, right?
Fuck the nonprofit. I'm asking you if whatever you feel, information came out
No, I'm
that
never.
disproves
I'm
your
never
theory.
going to change my stance on a person who does harm. When I say do no harm, I mean that. I
What
mean straight
harm did
across
he
the board.
do? So put it like this
I'm never
here.
doing
going to
harm.
change my stance.
That's even subjective because people
No.
people
He
think
meant
that
what he
It's
is
not a subjective to me, and my opinion
different.
accounts to me, and you will not change
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Right.
Okay.
So watch this. Your opinion, your thoughts, your speech, somebody in this world is
man.
offended and it
Right.
hurts them. You're
Mm.
harming
Well, you
them.
know what?
Right.
That's their issue. I'm talking about to me. You can't change me.
No one's trying to change you. You
At
can
And
feel
all.
that's what
that.
I said. If it's do
But I
no
asked
harm,
you a
and I
question
feel
that
like
you
they
never gave me an
accepted.
answer to.
But no, what was the question then? I missed it.
I said, if you were taking a stance and information came out, you taking a stance and you verbalized your thoughts and opinions, and information came out that disproved what you commented on, would you go back and be like, my bad, y'all? Or would you just
said
say,
it just now. I just said, I answered you. I said no, because the still to me, as long as you are on the page of do no harm, that's just like me when I'm always talking about these child killers, these child rapists, or whatever. They can do the nicest things for another person, have a nonprofit, but the fact that you still rape, torture, and kill the child, you think I'm going to change my damn my view of you? No, you still dirt. You're still dirt to me because you did that to a kid. So when I look at someone who does any do no harm, I say do no harm, and you're purposely doing stuff to hurt people, I'm still going to see you as the individual that purposely did some stuff to hurt people. That doesn't change.
In your eyes.
That's the eyes we're talking about.
Right. Those are two what you may consider as extremes. Two different extremes in terms of comparison.
I would, for example, and I'm only asking because, you know, like I said, some people are staying firm on their things, you know, sour truth and a sweet lie. You know, people feel that way, or people felt that way about Trump, and they'll share their thoughts and opinion about Trump.
We want to talk about that,
right? Hold up. People share their thoughts and opinions about Trump, and information will come out that'll prove or disprove certain things. And at that point, will folks be willing to come back and recant their statement to say, "Damn, I was wrong about that"?
No, they will not. They will not.
A lot of people will not. A lot of people will not.
Right.
A lot of people will not.
Because they work really too hard on the news media, because all you have to do is say to black people that a person is prejudiced. All you got to say, the black person ain't heard nobody say nothing. And you say to a black person that this person is prejudiced, and from then on, they prejudiced. They don't like black people. They do that all the time. That is the thing that they do with us all the time, and we have to use our brain sometimes.
Or this person hated black women. Or this person hated black women.
You know, the thing is, it wasn't what somebody else said about Kevin Samuels. What you laughing about? We told him, we heard the man say it ourselves. Come on now. We saw it with our own faces, mouths, ears, the whole thing. Nobody had to tell us what Kevin Samuels was saying.
He said out his mouth that he hate black women.
We didn't say hate. We didn't say any of that. We saw the other things that he said, and I'm saying nobody had to tell me or to control my mind on that. I looked right at it for myself, and I made a decision, an educated decision myself. Nobody needed to control my mind. I didn't say I was glad he's dead. How would I be glad that anybody is dead? But if that's what we're talking about. If that is his contract, then that was his contract.
But that's what we were talking about. We're talking about the people that are on social media.
That's what you were talking about. I wouldn't talk about that at all. Because I didn't get into that part at all. I didn't get into that, not one single bit. You know.
Like I said, I'm gonna be quiet. Y'all can have it.
Okay, thank you. We need to move on from this one. I see the girls are shut down. They like, we're gonna.
I'm just listening.
Nah, because you wanna know why? I feel like this. I feel like they understand the message that I was saying. I feel like they understand what
you were saying. So they didn't understand my message. They understood your message.
I don't know if they understood.
No one is speaking for anybody.
No one. I'm saying. I felt, because put it like this here. Somebody can be evil as fuck. Somebody can be religious, and somebody can be an atheist. But an atheist will say something that resonates with a religious person. That's all I'm saying. And a religious person will be like, damn. A religious person will say, damn, that person made a point. And that person will say, damn, that atheist made a valid point.
Right.
But because of whatever belief is, if you are religion and you're saying, well, I ain't agreeing with him because he's an atheist or she's an atheist.
Never mind the truth. Never mind what it's no matter.
And that's all I'm saying.
No matter the facts that is split.
But that's what I'm saying. So somebody will be so hell bent on their belief to avoid facts.
Because what can be opinion in one day?
Guys, because we've had this conversation before, like even when Bernard was back on the show a long time ago, and nobody is crazy enough to sit here and say that absolutely everything that Kevin Samuels said was a lie or wrong. No one ever said that. Not one single time did anyone say that. We were talking in specifics about when he goes in with these blanket overviews of women, like the 35, any woman above 35 is a leftover. Men know you have a problem and all this other stuff. There's some craziness in those statements. And so those were done deliberately to get in the minds of people. We know that. So we never said that everything that was said was wrong. There's some statements here or there I could understand from the perspective of a man because I've spoken to other men about it. But when it came down to it, and he was making those blanket statements about women, especially Black women, that is where I said, do no harm. And he knew he was doing harm.
So I guess my question would be, if somebody says something about me and I fall within that category, the category to which they're speaking, I know me. I know that ain't me. I know that, well, fuck what he talking about. I know what I do. I know how I am. So fuck him. And keep it moving. But to get up in arms and be like, I'm glad that motherfucker did because he said what he said, or because he did this, or this was the few days that he stood on. You don't have to take that. They're entitled to their opinion. They said what they said. It don't affect me because I operate this way. Fuck him. I'm going this way.
I don't know what to say on that because I have not talked to or heard from those individuals that said that they were glad that he was dead. I don't know that stance.
I've read it. I read plenty of them. I've read plenty of them today.
I don't know if you looked at it, but it's people out there.
No, I did not.
Right. It's people out there that's celebrating the man's death. Like,
man.
You know what I'm saying? And
they celebrate. It is what it is.
And whether it was a woman who did the same thing, I still have the same stance. I would, hey, this woman said this is about Black men. I wouldn't give $2 about that because it ain't me. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What was that Shabazz woman? She was back in the 90s, and she used to talk bad about.
Oh yeah. She was mocked on even on Living Color.
But she's with that one. If it's the same lady I think you're talking about, she told women certain things.
Right. So the thing
even Iyanla Vanzant revisited her years after the show in the 90s. I forgot what platform it was, and I won't give it credit because they ain't giving credit. But nonetheless,
okay,
she revisited that conversation with the young lady, Iyanla Vanzant. She revisited the conversation and came to the conclusion, like, you know what, sister. Because she was on the show. Iyanla Vanzant was on the panel on that show. And she came to the conclusion, like, you know what? This, that, and the third. You know what, sister? Blah, 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 blah. I'll let y'all research it yourselves. So it don't seem like I'm just being biased or whatever. But it is what it is. When they come out with that, with their own realization, and the understanding is mutual, you can argue that all you want. But the proof is in the state right then and there. It's right there. People have their own way of turning around and revisiting.
Yeah, I brought up the woman on purpose to let you all know it happens on both sides. This ain't just a situation of just man hating women. There's women who hate women. There's women who hate men. I still go back to the same thing, and this is where I'm going to leave it. And if you don't think that I'm telling you the truth, you're going to live it. Do no harm.
Nerves are going to always be pinched.
Hey, look here. And they will. And that's why I say, and some people believe in a smooth delivery. Some people believe in harsh delivery or harsh reality.
I just don't believe there has to be a delivery sometimes. Because if you know that it's going to harm another person, there
You
doesn't
don't.
need to even
You don't. You don't know that.
You don't know. You do not.
There's sometimes people know it. I'm pretty sure
But if they know it,
because of the response that kept coming over and over and over, and those viewers and subscribers kept getting higher, I'm sure they know at a certain point.
And hold on. And if it's that harmful,
and if it's that harmful, conscious decision. It's the same thing that let me say this. I have a show right here. I could come on right this moment and just say anything just to get subscribers. I've made the choice not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We all got
choices. It's a choice. You're right.
I think too with his show, some of us women do have to scale back and not be or put ourselves out there to be so vulnerable, looking for some type of approval from him, since he's a guru to a certain extent. Because some of the females,
guru.
Well, self.
No, some people know. To some people, he is a guru. Now,
no, but what I'm saying is,
but he deemed that for himself,
right?
But, not everybody went and checked mark and say, yeah, you got those qualities or that qualification.
That's what I'm saying. So
something that's in his own mind and stuff like that at the time. But just the same, I've seen some of those with those women and be like, why did you call in? Where did you?
They wanted attention.
It was attention, or maybe fame themselves. But there is still something to and not that it needs to be sweet, but there's a certain way that a male can speak to a female to get the point across without having to demean,
without being so. There you go, Margo.
So without it having to demean her, as well as a certain way that a female can speak to a male about a certain situation. You can keep it real, but you don't have.
I just remember previous shows when I was making that argument about fairness in delivery, and y'all told me that somebody didn't owe it to Jamie Foxx to say something.
Wait a minute. No, I said
that.
You
talking about the blood thing, the Tommy Dixon in the book.
It's a contradiction right now because it's Kevin Samuels. Yes. No, because I said, for example, I said that Tommy could have went to him and did it this way. That's basically what y'all saying. Kevin Samuels could have did.
I agree with you. He does not owe it, but he should have. If you're trying to keep a certain relationship or a bro code or something like that with whoever it is.
So to me, I don't think that he's wanting to, because what you're looking at is on a nice sense. What I was looking at is on a nice, not so nice sense. There's a lot of information that I had maybe behind the scenes when it came to Jamie and the way that he has done some people. I would not go to him and ask some things based on the information that I personally have. And that's the stance I took, and that's the stance I'm gonna keep.
But I feel like also on top of that, there's some other stuff that's also left out because everyone's a catalyst in something in some way at some point. No one is squeaky clean in any matter. Nobody is.
I would say that too. But the stuff that I'm talking about, if you want to talk about in the post show, we can. I will not say it on the air. If some stuff that I'm sorry, it was a little low down and dirty, I would not feel a need to go and ask a damn thing. Not based on what I know.
Hey, remember we were talking about the stank face? It's people that sit there and look at you like, who are them trying to be successful? Who is over there trying to get an education and have a successful art show? Right? It's gonna be. Oh, Rick, was Rick on that show?
No.
Y'all remember we were talking about people hating you for no reason? And
yeah. That was okay.
So
I hope you're not equating that to what I said about.
No.
Okay,
no. Well, I'm about to make a point, or try to make a point. Is what I'm saying is, no matter how good you are, no matter how tactful you are with your delivery,
harmless. harmless.
Right. And that's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Margo. That's what I'm getting at. You can be as nice
like,
as you want to be.
Hey, like,
I didn't even be as nasty as you want to be.
Like all I said was hello. How are you today?
But there's going to be people out there that disagree, don't agree, or still dislike you and your delivery, right? For whatever reason, for whatever purpose. So that's going to happen. It's unavoidable. But as you said earlier, and you made a good point.
I have to defend myself every week on this show. Thank you.
No, as you said earlier, see, we even try to give somebody credit, they still don't want to hear. As you said earlier, you're entitled to your opinion, and for me as a human being, I have to respect that that's your opinion. I don't have to agree. I don't have to be ugly or nasty with you on it.
Or harmful.
But I respect the fact that you hold your viewpoint. I will voice mine with the hopes of delivering some type of information that can help, change or potentially change. Let me fix that. Potentially change. Just like when you make a point or say what you say, I have to, because I go back and replay it. Damn, she said this. Oh, snap! I owe her an apology. That's the way I feel. Because I'll go back and apologize for something if information comes out that disproves something that I was trying to say. I will correct myself. But that's just me. A lot of people feel like I said it, and God damn it, I'll stand on it. Like, and that's fine. That's fine. It's perfectly fine.
And we had a subject matter about accountability as well.
Yeah.
Putting yourself up to when you stated your so-called facts or opinion. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. But a lot of people, it's not that it's not built in people to hold themselves accountable. People just refuse the facts, and they refuse when they are wrong, even when they are dead in the middle of the sands of wrong when they're sinking. It just is what it is. But hey,
I get it, but guys, I'll be honest. I think, we're kind of splitting hairs. I don't think we're ever going to be exactly on the same page of this.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't have to.
We don't have to.
I'm just going to say it's time to move on.
And why should we?
And let me tell you this right here. Let me tell you,
all our minds are different.
And let me tell you this right here. Regardless of how we feel about this conversation, if we was all in the same place, I'd pour y'all up something to drink, and we gonna toast and be like, okay, next topic. That's how we gonna do that.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's time to move on. I'm not asking you to come and think the way that I think. I said what I said. In the words of Nene, I said what I said. The words of Nene Leaks. I just really wanted to just move on.
But if we look, Tanya, we all got along. If we all agree to the same thing all the time,
it would be boring.
We would have no point being on this earth.
It's not intentional. And it's not intentional. Like, I'm just gonna prove them wrong just to prove them wrong. No. That's what keeps interest, and that's what keeps fires going. That's what keeps relationships going. Like, man, having your own perspective, your own matter of opinion and of facts and experience.
It's personal psychology.
But I think sometimes some people get offended when I drop too much information out there, but I just decided that that's not my problem.
Is it when you
subject matter? But
is it when you drop too much information, or when anybody drops?
Anybody, yeah.
No, because after last week, when you have chastised me about all the stuff information that I get, I realize I'm having that conversation a lot. Is it
chastised? Is it challenge?
Whatever it is, challenge, chastise, or whatever word we want to use.
It's all perception. It's all the way one perceives and receives any type of message, and then they're entitled.
I'm just going to say this. I feel like I'm not going to do it this week because I didn't have time to do it. But starting next week, there will be human interest stories to push us to a place of more people knowing, because I made a decision. I'm not going to deal anymore with people saying, I don't have that information. Where are you getting that information from? I'm just going to bring it to the doggone table, and we're going to talk about it.
Slap it on it.
That's why
that's my dick.
Hey, throw it down.
And that can be perceived as harmful.
Hey.
That can be perceived as harmful.
Hey, look, throw it down on the stage. Throw it down on the stage table like you got a big joker.
That's right. Well, we actually have not been able to get to the transition yet. I tell y'all every week that the transition is coming, and the transition is not here yet because the military slowed down everything because they are so afraid that the unknowing are going to be harmed. The brains are going to be harmed when they get to learn everything. And the rest of us now are saying, screw that. We don't give a damn anymore that you don't know. You're either going to learn with us or your ass is just going to have to be shocked when it all happens. You either learn now and listen. I'm saying you learn now and you listen to the stuff and stop trying to challenge all the time. Get the damn, soak it in, research it, or you're just going to have to be shocked when it all happens because we are tired of this planet not moving forward because people want to sit by. Oh my God.
Sounds very familiar. It sounds very recently familiar. It sounds recently familiar.
I got one question.
Recently familiar.
Who snapped these damn pictures that y'all posted on this damn thing out here?
Who snapped the pictures?
Oh, man.
I was trying to find it. It's like I saw it and I was like, God, hold on.
I just be snapping over here. Y'all don't even be knowing. I mean,
no. I just hope I wasn't looking out for.
Well, I know that. They got me looking crazy as hell on here.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, we're gonna do one where y'all actually know about. I'm gonna do one where y'all know.
Touche, motherfucker, touche. I'm gonna
Tanya, you got me looking like I'm taking an exam. Like, what the hell?
You know what I'm saying? Touche.
You caught me in the middle of the exam.
She wanted to get us in our natural without the natural without.
I gotta find the screenshot functions to this Mac. I gotta find the screenshot functions to this Mac because I'm finna go win.
You know what? I tell you what, anybody that want to take any screenshots, if y'all take screenshots, go ahead and send them to me and I'll add them in.
Touche. I don't even know how to take a screenshot.
If you find out how to do it, just take it. I'll add them in. Okay. But we got to get to this next story. We realized the story for too long, way too long. Okay. Yeah, we took up the whole damn Who Spiked the Tea on that one.
No, we didn't. We got some more stuff. Come on. Yeah,
we got some. Okay, here's another one. Young Thug says broke should not be able to nut. Warns women they might not deserve top tier situations. Let me go ahead and read it for you. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, Thugger took to Instagram last week, seemingly on Tuesday, as he was watching what looked to be bits of Game 5 of the Phoenix Suns and New Orleans Pelicans series to share his opinion on poor people, both men and women. As he explains, broke men should not be able to nut, while broke women can't want top tier situations. He said, God need to set some rules, bruh. We need new rules, is what Thug said. We need a new oath, bruh. If you dead broke, if you a broke ass in, you should not be able to nut. You bringing poor kids into the world and you making ends, rob and kill and steal because you running around with no type of career, no nothing. Having kids, now your kids growing up, growing up looking at Thug at his game. So that's what he said. He says, they say, well, it's up to you if you're going to take his advice or not. But I just want to know what y'all think about what he said, what Young Thug said.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I know he talking slang, but he sounds special.
Can you screenshot this face?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I caught you. He. I know you was trying to read it as best as you can, but yeah, he sounded a little special. But I was trying to catch the whole premise of his argument.
Hey,
so
the fruit. Hey.
Okay, he got a little bit more here. He said, when you ain't got nothing, worth nothing, don't have a future, your job don't got nothing to do with what you went to school for. You got to adjust to whatever end do for you, he said. You can't want top tier situations. And you're the bottom of the barrel. Bitches be dead ass broke wanting a Birkin. Where the hell you gonna put a Birkin at? That's what he said.
Materialization.
This sounds very familiar.
Wait. Did he just say something? Did he just say something that Kevin Samuels would have said?
I just said it sounded very familiar.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Very familiar.
So I'm asking you. I'm just asking. I'm putting it out there. I'm just putting the story out there. And it's up to you. It's up to you all to tell me. Does he make sense?
I got you. Let me ask you this. Does it hold any weight? Now, does it hold any weight if those same words came from a broke motherfucker? Does it hold any weight? Does it hold the same weight coming from a broke person?
I mean, that's just what y'all have to decide.
Crickets. So
and Michael,
he has money. He has a certain amount of money, right?
Yeah,
he has a certain amount of money. But if somebody was pushing a broom in your high school or your college hallway, or your 9-to-5 hallway, and they're saying the same thing, does it hold the same weight?
That's the same. Hey, Rick, that's the same type of question when people say that. Hey, and I'm y'all tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm off. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinions. That's almost like similar to when somebody say a man can go to a fast food restaurant and pick up a woman and be good to go, but a woman will not go to a fast food restaurant and pick up a man.
Depends on what that woman is. I see some cute ass guys up in fast food.
Yeah. But are you gonna make him your husband? You gonna make him your husband?
Depends on what else he got going on.
Right.
But motherfuckers ain't trying to find out that shit. They're not finna dwell. They're not finna dwell and find out 9 times out of 10. Come on. You're not gonna check that brother. You're not gonna check that brother.
It just depends.
First of all,
got to be
you're not gonna check that brother's potential.
He got a job, so that's one thing. He got for him.
He's saying, he got a job to pay the fast food joint.
What did that dude say? These women want Birkins.
I don't want them bags ugly as hell. I don't want them to me.
I'm
sorry.
A Birkin or a Dooney
they're looking at the wrong type of girl. They're looking at the wrong type of girl.
A Birkin or a Dooney or an Italian bag or an Italian label that motherfuckers can't pronounce and like more so 9 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, the manufacturer or the label is racist any damn way. They still gonna want that motherfucker.
Well, I'm just saying the female's priority is wrong. Like he's saying, if she's trying to get that bag, but she ain't got no place to lay her head, her own place to lay her head, where you gonna put that bag at? So what's the purpose of you even getting that bag? It sounds like you need to hold on to that money that's for that bag and apply something that makes more sense.
Sounds very familiar. Check, please.
Like what's the point of spending a couple of $1,000 on that bag or some shoes?
That's right.
And you ain't got no food in your house or no lights on. Like, come on.
Yeah. What is this one pastor?
Pay your car notes so they don't pick that in the next couple of days. Like, come on, folks.
Why is it that you missing dentist appointments, but you want a motherfucker with a grill? You missing dentist appointments, but you want, come on, get your priorities right. I just
want him with all his teeth. Just with all his natural teeth.
Look what Jimmy said. Jimmy said, I can't take Young Thug serious. He wears female clothes. Next subject. Wow.
Wow. It is what it is. I ain't touching because look, I was even like, hell, even myself. I'm not at the status of anybody else, or something even like as Kevin Sanders or whomever. But here's the thing: it's not about what you wear. It's not about what you wear. It's the swag that you give. If you look beyond look beyond the clothes and look at the hue. That's what's important. It's the hue. You know what I'm saying? It's the hue of man, not the clothes. Because a lot of times we get smoke screen about how a person looks. Y'all know this. How a person looks, but can't even maintain how they look. You buy a Mercedes Benz, but you got Burger King income. Come on, man.
As my daddy used to say, people got champagne taste with beer money.
But beer motherfucking money. Come on.
Yeah. But see, that's where it comes down to.
I want the bag.
We have great black buying power, but we don't have great ways that we have taught the black community how to save and to invest and all that. We have a lot of work to do on that side of things.
That's true.
Because we should not have to wear all our money. We should not be G'd out from the top of our head to the bottom of our feet.
Can we do this, black folks? Like the come on, let's start getting our insurance, life insurance where it needs to be. Not no GoFundMe and all this. GoFundMe is an alternate to help out, but it shouldn't be the main basis of trying to bury your loved one.
I'm gonna say
stuff needs to be set up.
To make sure people can get buried, but there's more to life insurance than just burials. Yes, y'all want me to elaborate? Okay. Yeah. Our counterparts play this game with life insurance, and they've been doing it for a long time. You talk about creating generational wealth, you need to go and get your ass some life insurance. There's other ways, and there's some other things that you can do with life insurance that can help you and your family to help create generational wealth. That's a topic probably we can have offline. We can have offline to see if there's something that we can discuss on the show. So, and then we can come back and revisit that.
Ironically, something right now.
And you know what's crazy? My situation was fortunate, so I don't have to worry about life insurance, but we don't think about a lot of things early on when we should.
Yeah.
Case in point, I just told y'all it took for me to have what the situation that I was going through for me to even update my stuff. Because I didn't know if I was going to wake up the next day. So, I'm sitting here, power of attorneys and wills and everything else. You know what I mean? And people are like, oh, you supposed to have been done that. You don't think about it, though. You know what I'm saying? Because you think you're young and vibrant and you live forever. Hell, I had to. It took something for me to be like, you know what? Well, let me go back and review my stuff, make sure everybody's straight.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Same here.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Mike.
And that's just the support. That's just to support the thing of I believe Tanya was saying, just basically being educated and doing the things we need to do. Instead of living in the moment, instead of worrying about, a Cuban link, or, riding, I'm from Texas, baby, riding fofos wrapped in fofos, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that if your situation supports that, but it's just like we were saying, priorities, man. And I don't judge nobody.
Like you said, creating that generational wealth.
Right.
That's one thing that our folks can think about.
Right. But when you know better, you do better. Each one teach one, reach one. And as long as you provide, I think we talked about this last week too. As long as you provide information or lead people to water. Remember, I think we said, the water could be clean or the water could be dirty. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna lead you to the water. It's up to you if you want to drink, period. And you could choose which pot of water you want to drink from. But when you're talking about priorities and survival, you will drink the dirty water because water is the essential element of life. You will risk bubble guts and diarrhea, but guess what? You got some water. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Dirty water.
I'm just saying.
Hey, dirty water.
Didn't we make that song, Rick?
You made that song. 1998. We was at Washington, D.C., Chocolate City, 1998 Vision Tour, 1998. Michael wrote a song. Oh, he freestyled a song called Dirty Water because how the water tasted in D.C. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, and he expanded off of that. Hey, bro, my memory is something else.
Man, crazy.
It's very selective too.
Yeah,
anyway. I remember. Yeah. Anyway.
Hey,
yeah,
man, it's all enlightenment, man. It's all enlightenment. And Tanya, I agree with you on a lot of things that you say. You know, we just different. You know, people are different. Period. So we just may go about certain things a different way. Sometimes, a lot of times, we're saying the same thing, but wanting our interpretation.
Man,
to be solid.
But
you know what I mean?
It's different. Like when Michael and I talk one-on-one, we're a little different. We may connect differently. Well, for a moment, you got on my nerves for a moment this week. And then you knew I was ill.
No,
you knew I was
called
ill.
you out on that, but I called you out on that.
Right, I was snippy that day because I wasn't feeling well. And he worked with me and he actually helped me through, what I was going through.
With me? Are you picking a fight with me right now?
But the thing is, we talk differently. I think sometimes when just on the show, we'd be like, boom, boom, boom. We're like craters just moving. And sometimes the craters would be moving in the same direction, but it looks like we're fighting because we're our own crater. We're like our own planet, doing our own thing as we move. Planets do have wars, in real life, they do have, wars.
Let me tell you something that my mama, my granny, and my daddy collectively have told me over the years. You know what I'm saying? It's only 4 things that tell the truth. As a person who's mad, right? And as a person, as a person who's drunk, there's a person who's mad.
Whoa.
It's only 4 people that tell the truth.
Hold on. No, hold on. Before you forget, go ahead.
It's only 4 people that tell the truth, or 4 things that tell the truth. It's a person who's drunk, and a person who's mad. A toddler's loose tongue, and a whitewash rag. Like,
I remember Mike. I remember.
Y'all be stealing my stuff.
Hey, hold on. I remember Mike. I remember it was me, you, Rashad, Eugene, at this house of this young lady who's finna court. He was trying to court. Mike was out there sweating, had like his rag in the back. Oh yeah. And he said, I don't know how we got on the subject matter, but he also said a drunken man's words are a sober man's thoughts. Yeah. And that resonated with me. It's like, I've never heard that before. Now, mind you, this is like 97, 98. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that resonates with me. I probably heard it before, but more than likely, I don't. Oh yeah, he's just missing a cane.
But you know something? Y'all, we gotta move on to.
Yeah.
We gotta move on to the next story. I got just a couple, and we're gonna get out of this and go into the living room. Because if not, I'm gonna go back over here taking more selfies.
Hey, did you check your email?
Where's the boss?
Yes, Tanya, check your email.
Boss man on the floor back here. You hear him coughing? I'm gonna check my email now. You sent me something in my regular email?
It's one of them. Hell, it's whichever one you sent the
screenshots.
That one.
You mad at me?
Okay. Let me go ahead and let me download them.
Michael is country as hell.
Yeah, hey, man.
I see. Man, I had seen the screenshot.
Hey, look, you are
Tennessee whiskey.
Hey, people on the East Coast, I ain't even gotta say nothing. As soon as I open my mouth, they be like, "You ain't from here. Where you from?"
I can see that. I can see
Man,
that wholeheartedly. I can see that.
yeah.
Okay, let's go to our next story here. Okay, this is not like as controversial as the other two stories we've had, but it's a story. Jada Pinkett Smith has become increasingly difficult to work with. She's extremely demanding behind closed doors. This is what a source is saying. Now, here's a little bit of the story. From trouble with Hollywood pals to staff behind closed doors, it looks like Jada Pinkett Smith needs quite an attitude adjustment. While her bossy behavior may not be the result of stress she's been dealing with ever since Will Smith's Oscar fiasco, where he slapped comedian Chris Rock on stage in March over a joke he made at the Red Table Talk host's expense, an insider spilled that she's become increasingly difficult to deal with behind closed doors. In fact, Pinkett Smith, age 50, has even had staff walk out on her as of late. Will and Jada previously kept household staff for many years with no complaints. The source said via, U.S. Weekly. But within the last 5 years, Jada became extremely demanding, and they have cycled through chefs, security guards, trainers. So Jada over there tripping. So they said, meanwhile, it's not only Pinkett Smith staff who have had it with her, as the insiders squealed that the King Richard actor, age 53, Will, has been unhappy for years. And Jada is impossible to please. And though Pinkett Smith may have been upsetting those around her, the source alleged that she's too focused on her brand to worry about anybody else. Jada is ferociously ambitious, explained a second source to the publication, and she's going all out to make her talk show a success. Okay. Well, I'm going to stop there. This is a story on NEWSBREAK. What do you all believe? What's going on with this whole thing about?
There's a lot of potential factors in that. Like I'm considering even the medication that's potentially taken. Or just it's so much in that. Like with the whole even it's. I'm even at a point where I'm even tired of even hearing the name Will and Jada. I'm gonna be honest with you because
I'm getting tired
of dog. Like look. I mean, come on, man. But
it's got boring.
It's not just her. It's the whole it's the whole just Will and Jada what they want to, if you want to call it like an example of a dysfunctional marriage or whatever. They decide to put themselves out there like this continuously for her to do what
That's
she
why
does.
I was apprehensive about bringing the story because I was like,
it's she is. I believe that she is on. I can't even say. I want to say like she's on some meds or whatever, but at the same time, I don't know that to be true. But she could be, or the family could be on some. They have some distraught that they have to get together before they even come back. They need to take a break from media. They need to take a break and reconnect, gather themselves because it's over and over, back to back. Deliver yourself from the media, regroup, go through a detox of some sort, and then come back. At the same time, people want to talk about you, whatever, but have a grand comeback. Have a sense of realization, or even to say a sense of realization. Who in the hell am I to say that shit? But
I think they're dealing with the fallout of Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's a perspective, even. That is a perspective.
And it's just gotten really tense in that whole household. It's just gotten really tense in that whole household. I think everybody's coping with it in possibly might just be in all the wrong ways instead of right ways. So it's gonna look like, everything is falling apart, especially, her with the hair thing, her with her people that's around her. And I mean, everybody's going to be going through so many different emotions and this and other. That it could have been cutting into so much money that could have or should have been still coming into the household, and so it may not.
I got a question. Do y'all really believe the whole alopecia thing? Do y'all really believe that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can't
and the reason why I asked is because there is because like right after that, what company was it? One of these drug companies came up with an alopecia
medication or something.
Yes, they came up with like it was like all a plan. You just never know. You just never know. But remember, I said a long time ago too that his name is on that list, and I can tell you that there is. I think I might have spoken to you all about this maybe close to a year ago, that there are some allegations of who Jaden's real father is, and it deals with someone who's going down on that list and all that too. And this individual who they're saying fathered Jaden also fathered the lead singer of Limp Bizkit, who committed suicide. This is a very deep story. And if you put them all three together, you can see they look alike. So there's a lot going on when the Smith family allegedly made those sacrifices to climb to other levels. There was a lot of decisions made, and we think now that Hollywood is having a lot of trouble. Those chickens are coming home to roost also.
Right.
There's a lot.
Well, yeah, I'll just say that if we go back to the original thing, I'll say what my dad told me, and then I'll say what my stepmom told me. But my dad said, hey, you can be with a woman for a short time or for a long time. But as the days and the months and the years progress, he said, you'll never know who the hell you married to. And my stepmama pretty much came back and countered that with saying the same thing for my pops. So it can go both ways.
Right.
And as we know, our experiences define who we are, what we do, how we think, and how we view the world. For example, if you from, I don't know, a small town and you never leave that small town, your experience and your knowledge level only concerns those things. The moment you travel, let's say overseas to a different country, spend some time, you now learn something different. So when you come back home, your mind has grown or expanded. So your talk may be a little bit different. Your walk may be a little bit different. In your views and perspectives and everything may be a little bit different because you added additional, knowledge to your repertoire.
Right.
Depending on what we go through, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent, whether it be new education, new knowledge, new information, or whatever the case may be, whether it be a new side piece, a new fling, whether it be January or August, things happen and things are different, and then it brings about different instances, and if you're sharing your life with the world, now you have outside influences, judgment, and everything else that becomes a factor. That internal things, internal input, external input, and then whatever personal life experiences that they may be having, it's all being brought out in their relationship. unfortunately or fortunately, depending on the person, it's out there for the world to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So whatever the hell they got going on, to me, in my
Right.
mind, what's between two people is between two people, and that's for them to work out and decide. But because they publicize it, everybody's gonna have their input and they take on, that situation. So
I got you.
you know what I mean? So whatever they need to do to work out what they need to work out, and they got the money to do it. So
Right.
Going
Well, you know what?
retreat or something. Ain't no telling. But I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I pulled up like in the comments. Jimmy Jacobs has said that
There you go.
August Alsina got her head blowed up, and it's that young dude that gave her that attitude. And so Jimmy comes back and also says that we'll need to pull up with Elisa Ray, and she'll get back right.
Yeah.
So we'll little girl or something. I guess that's what he's hit.
Yeah, they got some stuff they got to work out. I just don't know if it will ever with the stuff that is pending, but we'll watch it and we'll see. Because right now we got to beat them.
But at least, well, not say for most, at least, but for them to have the aptitude or just have the nerve of allowing things to spill out and still cope in a certain sense, to me, that takes a lot of strength. And I will say this, it does take a lot of will, especially with him being in the household.
Not intended.
Yeah,
especially him being the head of the household. It does take a lot of will for someone to endure comparison. And as men, naturally, we put on this facade a lot of times, like, man, dude, I don't give a damn. But to relinquish those feelings and thoughts that most tough or ego-driven men are ashamed to say or speak on, it bothers him. And he's outwardly, just like even Tyrese with the crying and whatnot, like like a lot of people laughed at it. I laughed because of the memes, but when I found out what it really meant, what it was really about, that's not a laughing matter.
It was just so much. It was just so much. That's all. But you know what? We'll just watch and still see if Jada continues down that road. I believe that we're going to see a lot of things that might explain her stance as time goes on. If we ever get to this transition, I believe that we're going to see a lot. But I have one more story before we jump to the living room. I watch this show all the time. I think that she does a very, very good job as Queen Latifah. The Equalizers, her shows, says the Equalizer taps new showrunners as Queen Latifah series developers step down ahead of likely season 3. Now, I'm going to read this, but I'm mad that my dude ain't on there no more, too. Okay. Andrew W. Marlowe and Terry Etta Miller, who created the CBS series The Equalizer, based on a 1980s show, are stepping down as showrunners of the hit drama starring the executive produced Queen Latifah after 2 seasons. Joseph C. Wilson, who has been on the show since the first season, and Adam Glass from The Chi have been named as the showrunners for season 3. CBS has yet to renew any of the Universal Television co-produced series. The Equalizer and 3 FBI dramas and Magnum PI all look good to continue with the highly rated FBIs and Equalizer considered a slam dunk. The hire of new showrunners further solidifies the Equalizer outlook, as the networks and studios usually go through the process when a renewal is expected. We are incredibly proud of the work that we did to bring Equalizer to the audiences. This is what Marlowe and Miller said, and it's been an honor and a privilege to work with one of the most talented cast and crews in the business. Now, in the spirit of the Equalizer, it's time to raise up other important voices who we know will carry on the heart and the soul of the show. I'm just going to break from the actual thing here, but it does get into this right now, so I'll go ahead. The Equalizer is among the TV series which got their start during the pandemic, getting a straight to series order in May 2020. After the pandemic had shut down the year's pilot season, it had to navigate its way through the most difficult first months of COVID to produce its first season in New Jersey. In season 2, the show had to deal with the offspring controversy surrounding series regular Chris Noth being written off. Now that bothered me. Why did they write off Chris Noth? That was not doing. He's from Sex and the City. So I had heard a little bit, and I heard that Queen didn't speak up for him. I don't know what the situation was, but I liked him on the show.
We never do.
Right.
We never do.
So I just wonder what is the deal.
But you know what I love about face value? It's always questionable. It's always questionable. It leaves room for conversation. It's because we're always like, critical thinkers as we are on this panel. It's like something is missing. What else is missing? I know good damn and well that's not the end all be all. But to that, and I stand on that like everything else. There's always something left out, but we're gonna find out eventually, one way or another. Let them. It's like let them have a funeral. Not wishing on it, but I'm just saying, let them have a funeral. Then the real is gonna come out. Just wait and just watch. But hey,
because I kind of wonder what's sometimes you wonder all the machinations that go on behind here and there, but you just don't get into it. But I do really wonder, Michael.
What?
He got caught eating the last rib at the barbecue.
What I did?
That look for that.
Put down that last grape sauce.
Oh man! And I still want a soda. Remember I said I want a soda. I need a soda. I still haven't got my soda. Shut up, Veronica. Veronica had a soda today. So we'll find out.
I didn't get a crush though. I had a Pepsi, but I didn't get a crush. I mean, a Mountain Dew and a Pepsi.
I still want that. Okay, y'all. Well, you know what? That's the last story for Who Spiked the Tea. But coming back with the living room, we're gonna heat it up for real on the living room. Y'all out there who tuning in, bear with us for a moment. We got a lot coming your way. I'm going to smack Michael.
I know he's tripping back there.
He's just crazy. But we're gonna just take a quick break. We'll be back, and I want to see if y'all ready to really set it off when we come back. All right. So here we go. Be back in a second. Yeah.
Let's get it.
Hey, welcome back to Our Imitates Life. It's time for the living room now. Wait a minute. I see my girl over there. I see Mr. She.
No, that sounds like hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, girl.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
We needed you a while ago when we were fighting. We needed you to fight. Well, we are back, y'all. And this week, the topic of this segment is, are we being overly sensitive or just out of line, with what's going on? There's a lot of tension, and all of this stems from the whole Dave Chappelle show, where he was on stage and he was attacked by a person out the audience, whatever.
Isaiah Lee.
Yeah, yes, and this whole thing, just people were like, "Is this for real? Is this people going crazy?" And before we get into our opinions and then talk about whether it's sensitive or not, I'm going to go here real quick and say that Dave made a response. Let me just read real quickly what his response is, and then we will go into the full segment. Okay, following being attacked on stage at Netflix at the Joke Festival Hollywood Bowl, Dave Chappelle has released his first statement on CNN. As unfortunate and unsettling as the incident was, Chappelle went on with the show. This is what Carla Sims said. This is Chappelle's representative in a statement. Said in a statement, Jamie Foxx and Chris Rock helped calm the crowd with humor before Chappelle introduced the last and featured the musical guest of the evening. Dave Chappelle's attacker has been formally named in charge. 23-year-old Isaiah Lee has been identified as the attacker and has been charged with a felony assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, the LA Police Department stated that the man was carrying a replica handgun with a knife blade inside when he tackled Chappelle. The man attempted to flee the area, but was quickly surrounded and stomped out. Okay, as Chappelle alluded on stage. Oh, wow. Images and video from this scene show the damage to Lee's body, but most notably his severely disfigured arm.
He was a whole new contortionist after that event.
Yeah.
A whole new circus.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, I saw
at the elbow.
Wow. And I saw it was Kevin Hart. Crazy.
Why did he attack Dave Chappelle?
Just decided
out of the blue.
Yeah.
Just wanted to or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he wanted publicity. He wanted publicity because there's some pictures in which he had like some musical instruments in his background.
Did he have an album coming out or something?
That's my point. See, I even know that. I just said music.
I'm asking. If I read some of the comments, and I ain't going off of just random people comments, but I don't know.
Right.
He's
I
brave.
don't know the deal about
He's
him,
brave. He's brave too.
I found it really interesting. Kevin Hart was on Jimmy Kimmel's show, and Jimmy has a guest host. I don't remember who the guest host was, but Kevin Hart said he was glad that it happened because people need to know you can't run up like that. I was like, wow,
right,
exactly,
yeah.
And I made a video about it.
Yes.
Like, here you go.
No, I did. I made a video about it.
Right. I remember Michael did make a video this week, and then we saw Rodney Perry had done his video. I mean, different people were commenting, weighing in on this.
I just say that's a new level of being a heckler. I mean, you done instead of yelling at your
put
guy,
your hands on somebody.
You doing football moves on the stage and I can figure it off their seat.
I told y'all what's gonna end up happening.
What?
I told y'all what's gonna end up happening.
What's that?
Nah,
I said it's gonna get to the point. You know what I'm saying? You can defend yourself appropriately in a gun state. You know what I'm saying? And if you host an event or they host an event in a gun state and you have a concealed carry permit while you performing, now I know they have security requirements and things like that, but depending on the venue, you're gonna run your ass up there and you're gonna catch a hot one. As long as you don't violate the law. But that's right.
But look, go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby. Go.
Do you think this could be a perpetuation from Will slapping?
That's what a lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying that invited. So in the video that I did, it was basically saying that you got the thing with Will Smith and Chris Rock, then T.I. and the lady comedian or whatever comedian that he ran up on.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And now as far as popular things that got notoriety, and now Dave Chappelle being attacked. And there's been other instances where the hecklers have disrupted shows and fought comedians and everything else. So
well, you know what?
I'm glad that Dave Chappelle reinvented himself. He reinvented himself because a lot of hecklers, a lot of people feel the need, like they feel like they are capable of approaching a comedian after the show after they told jokes. Hence, these are just jokes. Sound familiar? Can't take a joke, but you wouldn't push yourself to take this ass whooping. I'm glad Dave Chappelle got himself, because truth be told, he didn't need any help. Dave Chappelle didn't need any help. He was caught off guard, but at the same time, if Dave Chappelle really wanted to, he did not need any help from security. He didn't go to the gym for nothing. And I'm glad that he's at that point, like, and I feel like comedians should take that stand, like, get your weight up, get your strength up, because people can't take a joke. People are too damn sensitive. Too damn sensitive to the same degree, and to the same degree, too damn insensitive.
Right.
So Rick,
well, I was going to read what Chris Rock said, but I want y'all to hit that chat first. I'm going to tell you what Chris Rock said about the whole thing.
So let me, I want to ask Rick a question real quick. So Rick, are you saying that regardless of the type of joke that Dave Chappelle is putting out there, or any comedian is putting out there, people know the venue that they're going to, yet they still choose to go there? Are you saying that that's pretty much similar to
all I'm saying is people know what the hell you are getting into. It can be, you know what the hell you signed up for. You seen and you know you got the advertisement.
Right.
But for your dumb ass, you look,
show and,
bro,
and
you walk into a room, of gremlins and you are made of water. You walk into a room of gremlins and you are made of water.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Front row tickets, because you know you're gonna be targeted if you're sitting up front.
So does that mean that I need to now take what comedians say seriously, or should I look at those as jokes? Because I look at what comedians say as jokes. I look at what Kevin Samuels said was irresponsible.
But they'll tell you that behind.
Tell me, should I switch that out?
No, I got you. I straight got you. I straight got you.
Hold on. Whatever the message is, you got the message. You just didn't like how it was delivered. Because some people, like I said, they can't take a straightforward conversation.
That's not how
some people cannot take, and some people cannot take a joke or refuse to take a joke unless it's criticism. Unless it's convenient.
Can't take it.
No.
So I will say this, right? Because I will say this, and I always play devil's advocate. And I will say this.
Go ahead.
Because watch this.
Go ahead, Al Pacino. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will say this to play devil's advocate. Just because you know the venue you're going to, it does not mean that you have to be subjected to certain things. For example, Freaknik, the Kappa Beach Party, or things like that. And people will put the onus or the blame on a woman for wearing or dressing a certain way, knowing the environment that they're going to.
Don't touch me.
Right. And say, oh, well, you shouldn't have wore that. So I personally don't agree with saying that. Well, you knew what you was going, so you should have wore something different. I don't think that. I feel like
I don't believe
no.
Yeah. Because
But remember, I'm playing devil's advocate now because a lot of people.
Go ahead. Yeah,
because people would think that I'm taking one stance.
Yeah,
I'm not taking one stance, but I understand both sides. But you know, for those folks that may think that no, I believe right is right, wrong is wrong. But what I'm saying is, if you know where you're going and you choose to go, and certain behaviors happen, I guess you should be properly prepared for that. Does not mean that you have that you should be, or someone else has the right to violate you in whatever form or fashion that is. But remember, the differences of opinion are a thing as well. So I just want to put that out there, that I will make that argument that it I don't want to say it goes both ways, but I don't just sit on one side of the fence. You know what I mean?
So you saying it should not be that much of a shock if this happens while you're at that particular place, because that's the norm of what occurs at a venue or a place.
Exactly. Like for example, me knowing that I'm older and knowing what tends to happen, or what potentially or what's likely to happen at a club, and I'm saying that because I know we had, when we put the song out, people had an issue with club versus whatever.
Oh
the
my
club,
God!
Right?
Club example? Oh my God!
I'm just saying, if I know what tends to happen at a club, either when I go, when something happens, and I'm like, shit, I knew I should have stayed my ass at home, or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to be able to go to that club and have a decent experience. But I know what's going to happen. So at that point, I choose to go and govern myself accordingly. You see what I'm saying? And or not. Doesn't mean that I'm entitled to something specifically. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Y'all know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'm sure Veronica's trying to say. Ron, you trying to
say
something?
Okay, do y'all remember in the movie oh God, what's the name of the movie? Dave Chappelle was playing in the movie, and he was a comedian.
Oh yeah. Boomerang, not Boomerang.
It was,
Eddie Murphy.
What's his name? Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy, Doctor something, whatever it was.
It wasn't that. It was
Dr. Doolittle, right?
No.
The drinking the potion.
He was drinking the potion.
Yeah.
Then when he was talking, he was making fat jokes. He was making all them fat jokes. And then when the tables turned, he thought it was funny and
The Nutty Professor.
There we go, Nutty Professor.
He was making all these fat jokes, but then when Buddy turned around and came back in the next night,
my favorite part,
and was making when Buddy was making them jokes back at him,
he couldn't take that. He couldn't take it.
Right.
So I mean, he, Buddy came back at him the same way he came, the way he came at him. So I mean, do you think that's fair that they can?
Well, that leads back to the original question: are we being overly sensitive? That's why I say hit the chat real quick, and then we go from there. That does kind of lead us back to that. Are we being overly sensitive?
Yes.
And then I do want to read what Chris Rock said. Who's doing the chat real quick so I can go on?
Margo, hit the chat, boo.
I look now.
Come on now.
Let me see if we're going into the Dave Chappelle thing. Element Rose said, I think both parties were out of line, the fan and the fans' reaction, but Chappelle jumped in too, so everyone lost their shit. Also said, Chris said, is Will there? He made an extra joke talking about is Will there since Chris Rock was there. Wondering if that was Will that ran up on stage. And the other comment by Element Rose is, there is only so far a joke that can go. There needs to be a realization. This isn't the days of Richard Pryor You have to be cognizant of what is said.
That shit right. That shit to me.
To a
Yeah,
certain extent.
that shit.
There was one more thing in that chat. Hold on. Somebody said that they agree with Jimmy. We'll need to go slang that iron and have a little female blankmatized, and Jada gonna fall in line. One thing that makes an experienced woman worry is to see her man with a young tender.
But that right there, that to me, for him to do that, to me, that's like a sign of weakness. You're gonna do some fucked up shit because she did it. So now who's following the lead?
Right.
What are you leading at? Oh, you do some weak shit because she did, or whomever did some weak shit. No, you lead. You lead a different and a better way. You don't have.
You're right. 2 wrongs do not make a right.
Right.
Hey,
but
2 wrongs don't make a right, but it damn sure make it easy.
Make a left.
I'm looking at what Element Rose Shannon said. Hey, Shannon, about the whole thing about the days of Richard Pryor. So I mean, do you all agree with that we are in a different time now?
No, we are. No. Yeah. She hit that shit on. She hit that shit. She hit that shit on the nail. Even with what's his name? What's his name? What's that comedian name? Kinison. I think his name is Sam Kinison. The heavyweight white comedian with the Kango hat and the trench coat.
Right.
That's his name. Yeah, he's like always yelling and talking his shit. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, yeah, it's becoming it's selective sensitivity. That's what I call it, selective sensitivity.
So I would say this right here.
When it you want to pick and choose, or you can't talk about this group of people or this group of people, or don't talk about it's more so like Mark just said. Now we have to be more politically correct. Ain't nothing funny about a motherfucking politically correct joke. Nothing. There is nothing, and there's nothing true. And that to me, there is nothing. There's nothing true. There's nothing honest about a politically correct even statement that's long drawn out to get your motherfucking point across. You can't get any artistic or any type of self or influential ideal to get your point across. There's always something that's going to be mocked, it's going to be tested, or it's going to be graded. You cannot be yourself in the same process.
Boring,
boring as fuck.
So think of it like this here. Think of
the
it
mic
like
is right here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, think of it like this here.
Look at that.
You know, because you can call it what you want, but everybody at some point or another wants to have their constitutional rights. Constitutional rights. One of those is freedom of speech. Now, if you are the one being offended by someone else's speech, then you'll take a different stance. But if you're the person that's trying to make a point, and in the process, your viewpoint offends someone else, then you try to defend your stance, but you offended somebody else. And you can call it what you want, but at that point, if you're talking about the right to say what the hell you want to say, you're wrong when you're trying to trample on somebody else's shit. Case point number one. If you want that right to exist to you, you cannot trample on someone else's. Case in point. Okay. And then number two, when you go out there, you know what I'm saying, and you're saying that comedians, talk show hosts, and everything else, and they, you know, and you're performing your craft. Right, you're performing your craft because that's what is known to be, or whatever the case may be. Whether Richard Pryor said it, whether Said the Entertainer said it, or whatever the case may be, someone somewhere is not going to agree with that. Is that person wrong? Think of it like this: you have a comedian, let's say like Dave Chappelle, you know, controversial. Then you have a comedian like Said the Entertainer. It all depends on who says the fucking joke and what you think about that individual.
True.
People can say what they want to say. You can have a difference of opinion, and it may offend you, voice your concern, but does that make that person wrong? And the reason I say that is, and I kind of go back to what Tanya was saying about the whole Jamie Foxx and the Tommy Davidson. And I'm not saying that to throw shade. I'm saying that to make the point that she's right. She was right. Oh, Buddy didn't owe Jamie Foxx not a damn thing. But some people feel like, well, it was the delivery, or he could have done this to be nice and to be that. No one has to do a goddamn thing. But it would be nice if they did. And that's how political correctness is when you're being PC. I can give you my harsh reality, but you don't like it because it didn't appease to your motherfucking emotional internal shit that you got going on.
Let's jump back on what I got you, Mike. I got you said.
Yeah.
Let me jump on what she said, because I don't want to get too far away from where her comments were. May be based inside of the discussion. So she was saying toxic masculinity and insecurity, yelling in that comment, praying for you, brother. And then she said, but that's the point of freedom of speech. You are free to say what you want, but not when it interferes with someone else's freedom of expression. Amen. So then she says, there is a difference between being controversial and offensive. There's a big line between the two, like a crater. Yeah, and I agree with that, because that's what I was saying about Kevin Samuels. You can be controversial, but you don't have to harm and be offensive. That was my whole point earlier.
And it's crazy how
and it goes back to what you said, Tanya. Do they owe you that? Do they owe you that?
No, he doesn't owe me that. Right, you're right. And that's right. And they're not. He doesn't owe me that. But that's why he got the response, because he didn't feel a responsibility to people, and they could feel that he didn't have that responsibility, and that's why they treated him bad.
Necessity. It's crazy. It's crazy how this term toxic masculinity is so freely thrown around. It's so femininity too. Is that bullshit? No, that's not bullshit. But it's the fact that it's just the fact that it's so highlighted that it's just toxic masculinity that's highlighted.
So maybe we should say toxic femininity.
She just asked that question,
and I have no problem with that.
Did she? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
She didn't mention it.
Okay. My apologies. I didn't hear that. Okay. My apologies.
If it was bullshit, if it was feminine toxicity.
Okay.
And there is, but it's not hot. But
you just said that it's not.
No. What I said was, it's funny how masculine. No. I'm gonna tell you what I said. What I said was, what masculine. It's what is it? Masculine toxicity is always highlighted, but it's never, or it's rarely, feminine toxicity. That's what I said.
That's not what you said.
That's what I said.
You're adding on to what you said.
Well, it's on the show. We can.
It's
on the show. We'll be able to go back and rewind it.
We can run it back after the show, and we can run it back. We will run. Hopefully, we will run it back. But we do this, y'all. We do this.
Thank you, Shan. Shannon just cleared this up. She said toxic femininity is also a thing, but we're not talking about female figures at the moment, so it didn't.
Right, and it's always at the moment.
She said, "Yes, Queen."
Oh, so we pick and choose.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
We pick and choose.
Watch this.
It's pick and choose.
I want everyone on here to be as honest. I want everyone on here to be as honest as possible.
Okay.
We're talking about the divine masculinity as well.
No, and I feel like this is fair. I feel like it's fair. Remember, I play both sides and I argue both sides, so I don't just sit on one side, versus the other.
All right.
I will say this: if a man starts a conversation to where he's talking about women, and he's making a valid point, do y'all agree that at some point during that conversation, that some woman will say, well, the same could be for a man as well? Right? Not disregarding the point that the person is trying to make. And the reason that people start arguing is because I'm only trying to express my thoughts or opinions to make a specific point, and you can agree or disagree. I'm not going to argue that, but this is a point or a fact that I'm trying to convey, and you can rebut the way you want to, but it doesn't have to be hostile. Typically, the response is hostile to defend what may have offended the person that decides to respond. True or false? And it goes both ways. But in this point, we're talking about a man trying to make a point and then it being rebutted with, but you could say the same for a man. But no, we're not talking about what the hell you talking about right now. We're talking about this. Do you agree with that fact? Let's talk about that fact, and then we can get into other instances. True.
Well, you just proved Shannon's point about toxic male, toxic.
But it's
always a totally mention.
Hold on. Stop with the man-woman thing. If a man tells you, no, because I told you I argue both sides. But here's the deal.
Okay.
If a man tell you as a woman you fucked up, you fucked up. Mm-hmm. That's his thought process. But if you want to argue that, can you say, for example, when I'm arguing with a racist and the first thing they tell me, well, what about Chicago? You know what I say? I agree with you. I don't like the fact that black people are killing black people in Chicago. Yeah. However, let me tell you how they got there. But no one wants to hear how they got there. No one
condoning
wants to hear,
or attributing to that or attributing to that shit.
Okay, now here's my question. I understand what you just asked, and really it's a very objective situation. It depends on the individual. If somebody is making a point to me, I don't need to come back on the rebuttal of what the other person, what the other sex is doing or defending. I'm gonna stay on that point right there. I don't have to do that. So I can't say that everybody will respond in that way.
You're right. You're one of the few, but we have seen y'all know this, and I'll say this: it goes both ways, right? Because like I said, I don't sit on one side or the other. I'll argue the same thing in reverse, right? But y'all know that y'all have seen those instances. Whether it be male doing it or female doing it, y'all have seen those instances when the topic is one thing, someone else will come in and try to switch it. I hear you, but we're talking about this right now.
Yep.
Let's address this.
Yep.
And I use certain things in comparison. I'll shut up, but I'll use certain things in comparison. But I just
I was just gonna throw Shannon in this conversation too to keep it all going, you know.
Yeah, but be fair in your argument. That's my thing. People are trying to take a stance and stand there. But where is your growth mindset versus your fixed mindset? You know, okay, you've been hurt. Somebody did you bad, and you feel like this against whatever. But be objective and see both sides of the fucking thing. See where somebody's coming from instead of just fucking going in on them. That's how I feel. Now that's some shit that hit. But guess what? If I'm wrong,
if the person is not healed or they're not recognized,
I'm saying if they're good,
you are talking on deaf
ears. True.
Right. I heard the last part, but can you tell me what you said in the beginning of that?
If you're speaking to a person that's not healed, because you said growth and healing, but that person may not realize that they're not healed. So they're not any growth.
I agree with that because I feel in that category.
And hurt and not healed, you're talking on deaf ears.
You're right. I feel in that category.
And that does go and that does go all the way around. Those that engage in a debate or argument, whatever, it could be both at the same time that has not healed.
That's a valid point. And I say that I admit that because I was there at one point. To where I was.
Yeah, you were. Yes, you were.
Right. I was there at one point where I was not healed, and I tried to stand, and that's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from experience. I ain't just speaking out my ass. I'm coming from a place where I want.
Because we have officially been on for a year now, and I've seen some changes. You know, we've officially been on.
And then I will say this. Shannon does make valid points. She does.
Right. I want to make some of her points.
So I do want to set that clear. I don't argue with anybody. I just kind of, get animated, right? But she does make valid points.
Well, let me throw some more in here and get us stirred up again. Okay, let's throw some more here. No, we aren't picking and choosing. We weren't talking about women. We were talking about male figures and the reactions. And then she says, there will always be that person that screams, not all men or not all women. If you need to scream those differences, then there is something you need to reflect upon that makes you, and I think she's part one, makes you feel the need to demand those differences, as opposed to accepting that it does not reflect on you. And so something she agreed to, she said, and then there's something she said, you cannot take someone else's idea as a reflection for self-truth. So there's some of those conversations are ingrained in what we've been discussing, and so we can kind of take it from there. But I have seen the growth. I would say that because I'll just say this: a year ago, Mike, you really were kind of ears closed to a lot of things. I can tell your growth over the last year.
Yeah, and guess what? And I will tell you this: when we were speaking, and I like I told you, I don't claim to be you whomever, but I will say this: when I first started, it was a year ago. I was still in the military, right? Mm-hmm. Right. And I can't remember who I was talking to. Solitude is a motherfucker,
mm-hmm.
right?
It forces you to see what yourself
deal with yourself.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because I can. Ma'am, I totally hear. I can't hear everything that you're saying, and I know you're saying things of substance. So, if you get,
I said, solitude will make you sit with yourself, the same as Margo. So, you get in there and you start thinking. No one likes the quiet. No one likes sitting still.
Right.
When you sit still, in them thoughts, that monkey talk, that banter back and forth in your head, you got to sort it all out. You start sorting it all out, you start healing from stuff that you've been going through.
Right.
You got to realize, is it something that's an internal belief or something external that somebody gave to you?
Right.
A lot to figure out.
And exactly. And I'll just say this here. If you know an individual, if you actually have spent time with an individual and you, like you said, Tanya, you can see the growth in an individual, then you'll know the change that individual has made. But if you sometimey and you wishy-washy and you show up when you want to show up and you don't show when you don't show and you try to shoot slugs, understand this, you're talking to a motherfucking sniper. So we can keep it peaceful or we can go to motherfucking war, however you want to do it. But I'm going to tell you this, my mind, you know what I'm saying, is elevated.
Made the fuck up.
And that's what I'm saying. You have to have the character to where you can identify your own faults and be willing to admit them. But if you're not, shut the fuck up and sit the fuck back.
Shannon said some of us are growers, not showers. But she had also said in there, she said, laughing my ass off now, he says, you sure the sky is blue? It might have been in one of the comments from earlier, but I missed that. So
you know what I'm saying? But, it's slugs. It's a motherfucker that, you know what I'm saying, that you ain't heard from or seen in however long, but there should be no hostilities. You know what I'm saying? If you're talking about personal growth, then you grow, right? And you can see both sides of a motherfucking story, point blank, period. You can see both sides. You can admit the fact that you are wrong if you find out that you were wrong. That's what we were talking about earlier. If truths and facts come out to disprove something that you stood firm on, are you willing to come back and correct that? Some people will.
Earlier.
Some people won't. We talked about that earlier.
But can I ask y'all this real quick? When we look at the whole thing, let's just look at everything overall about whether we're being overly sensitive. Can't we just really attribute this to the fact that in this country or even this planet, people are just frustrated because they don't really know what's happening? Some folks think we're going to what Armageddon. Some folks think we're going to the sign of time. Some people, these folks are all over the place on their views, and that's where I was saying to you all towards the beginning of the show. Is a lot of it is just the folks not paying attention to all the things that are actually happening right before our faces. We have a whole transition going. There has been a war going on right in front of your faces, and you're not seeing any of it if you're tuned in to what mainstream wants you to tune into. And so I've been saying that's the reason why we're going to put more information out there as time goes on here. There's a transition that is in effect right now. It's not coming. The visual part for the that's going to be put on the TVs and everything is coming, but it's already happening. The war is already here. People have been going on, oh, we're going about the war in Ukraine. Fools, we've been at war for a long time. You've been missing the whole damn thing. And I just said, how could you be so blind?
So like to kind of go on with what you're saying, right? For example, let's use this for an example. Tanya, week in and week out, holds true and holds firm to the information that they puts out. Everybody agree?
Yeah.
Right? So if this week she says something and she says it in a different way, or based off of something she said last week, somebody went and did their research and they come back this week and say, hey, Tanya, I did a little research on what you said.
You was right.
I owe you an apology. You were right. Is that person wrong now? Is that person they suck and the sky is blue now? Are they that? Or did they have the maturity
and epiphany
come back and say, hey, I did some digging, I did my research, the information you provided proved to be valid, so I stand corrected? Is it wrong when somebody do that?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's called maturity. It's called being an adult, or being aware. Being aware with yourself. Bottom line, it's not even a matter of being right or wrong. Self-awareness.
Okay.
Like I said, self-awareness.
I'm gonna see. Jimmy says, he said, yeah, Mike, and he said, and the fight come with it. And he says, Tanya, how do you feel about the crypto market taking over currency? I'll be honest with you. Then I'm getting. First of all, I'm gonna Shannon's comment. Shannon says, no apologies accepted till we Mortal Kombat. We're gonna stick a pin in that. We're gonna stick a pin in that, Shannon. Yeah.
Finish him.
Let me do Jimmy's comment first. With Jimmy's comment, crypto, there are about two that I would only say are legitimately going to survive. It may be more than those two. XRP is one, and I cannot remember the other one right now. Forgive me. I'll have it for you next week. Bitcoin, all of them are not going to survive. If you got your money in it, I'm telling you right now, get the hell out. That's dark. That's the dark ones. You got to get out of that. It is going to go in those two cryptos, and maybe some more others. They're going to be hand in hand with the new quantum financial system, which is going to be a good thing. So I will say there will be a survival in there. There are some good things in there, but if you're any of those dark ones, get the hell out now. That's the only thing I can tell you is get out of it now before you lose your ass. That's the only thing I can tell you on that one. But I'll have the names of the good ones for you next week. Now, Shan. Okay, yeah, that might be it, Jimmy. I'll see if that's the one. I'll find out next week if that's the one, because they just mentioned to me the other day and I didn't pay attention. But that was always okay. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I said, who got a comment on Shannon's Mortal Kombat?
Rick said that he walked away. He'll be right back.
Okay, then he'll come back and he'll come back for that one. But
Mortal Kombat. You were talking about more time.
But
bless you 2 times.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Wanted to make a comment back to the Dave Chappelle thing. I mean, I guess now, like, venues where comedians, you know, give their stand-up are gonna have to start doing like those sending out letter or notices, like, you know, letting
disclaimers,
disclaimers, like informing folks if you don't have the right mindset or the heart or whatever to take in these jokes.
It's too much for nothing. It's too much for nothing.
You might want to stay home that night, or just don't buy no front row tickets, because it's all there in fun.
Yeah.
I just believe that.
What Dave Chappelle say? Better not bring your kids. For a reason. For a reason.
I really believe that it's. Well, it kind of goes back to what I was saying just now. There's a mindset that some people think we're going towards dark when we're actually going to 1,000 years of peace. They don't understand we're not going to the dark anymore. All this stuff is happening right now. This war has been going on the ground because we're heading to the golden years, 1,000 years of peace. So if they could get that concept in their head, maybe they wouldn't be so angry and think that it's time to fight and be angry and battle folks, because that's not where we are anymore. That's that old dark shit. We're not there no more.
The people that are not ascending, people are ascending every day. People
right.
Mm-hmm. People are not ascending, and you are going to stay in the dark.
Right.
Exactly. So we were having a conversation about the changes in times.
You ain't nothing.
Right. We were having, go ahead, girl. We were having a conversation about the changes in times to the olden days for things that were once accepted, because society, right, whether we want to believe it or argue or whatever, whether or not, society changes and it dictates what you can do and what you can't. And no matter how you want to make your argument, we said this before, if 100 people say that you're wrong and you may actually be in your truth, guess what? 100 people said that you were wrong.
So you're wrong.
So therefore you are wrong. You see what I'm saying? But does that make it right? And that is kind of the stance that I always will stand on. If 100 people are wrong and you are right, the fact that you're outnumbered society, you are now wrong. But does that make it right?
Not at all. Not fucking at all.
So if 100 people say it wrong, how many people are standing? You're saying nobody's standing with you on right. You're saying you're you, the 1 to the 100. That's what you're saying.
Right. Okay. Or 1,000 versus 100. You see what I'm saying? Okay. If 1,000 people,
because I kind of live that every day. That's why I wonder. Yeah, that's why.
Yes, and but that's what I'm saying.
It's whatever it's whatever is the mainstream, whatever the majority.
And that's what I'm. So my argument would be, there are those that stand with society, and there are those who stand firm and say, "I'm willing to die about this here."
Very few.
How many people willing to die?
Very few.
About their truth or about what they feel is right, versus saying, I value life more than anything. So
easily led by society. They're easily led by society.
Because humanoids are social beings and we want to be socially accepted. So therefore we fold.
And thank you for saying
let me fix that. We tend to fold. Some people, or a lot of people, tend to fold to be accepted by society.
Behavioral thoughts,
which is the reason why some people will not take the time to do the research, to learn a lot of things, is that they don't want to be different from the people that surround them. They don't want that responsibility.
They want to be accepted.
Yeah.
But like,
they don't want to
I
be different.
raised my hand first, said I've been different since birth. Like, shoot. I've been weird and different and whatever since birth. So I ain't got no problem with that.
Right.
I got you.
So
The problem is that there's no self-acceptance. So when there's no self-acceptance, you're always looking for other people to accept you, to acknowledge you, to validate you. And so if you're not able to do it for yourself, if you don't have it for yourself, then you're always going to follow main society or mainstream or with
and be miserable as hell.
What's popular?
Yes,
what's
because
popping.
you're trying to please everybody else except for what is truly within.
Because you don't because people don't be looked at as a lame or.
So I will ask this, right?
Whereas, dude, or man, they fall into the truth.
So I will ask this question: is anyone on here willing to divulge that they were once that individual?
Oh, I was.
Hell yeah.
What individual?
Or like a follower, like trying to blend in or trying to be accepted. Oh hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I live that life.
Always.
I think that
and that's an honest question, and it's not one to start controversy. But I'm just saying, is anyone willing to admit that they were that individual?
Yeah, we moved a lot, and so whenever I go to a new place, you would try to adjust yourself in there, and some things you go along with. Some people it wasn't entirely right, but at a certain point, I decided I wanted to be different. Yeah, at a certain point, I said different is good, and I decided I'd pull off and be, me.
Okay.
There's a price with everything. There's a price with just being your damn self, and there's a price with looking like everybody else, and that price is no one can tell you from anybody else. That there's a price. You made fun of for being yourself. You made fun of for standing out. Called weird, and then the other is you're looking like everybody else and sounding and talking like everybody else, and you no longer have your own identity.
That was a question I was going to ask, Rick. Is anyone here guilty of code switching?
Code switching? Never heard of that before.
Absolutely.
Code switching. Never heard of that before. I've never heard of that before. Code switching.
Code switching.
What is that?
Ma'am, you want to explain that?
Hold on. Don't call her ma'am.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm Southern military, being respectful. My bad. And I do that to any and everybody.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
So for me, code switching means it's like being a chameleon. You can adapt to whatever environment you're in. So if I'm with the white folks, I know how to be like the white folks. I grew up with the white folks.
Oh yeah.
Like, you speak so elegantly for being a black person.
Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
I worked really hard.
You're a credit to your race. I mean, company.
You know what I mean?
There's a comedian. I had ran across her and I was sending her little skit about code switching, and it was funny as hell to me. Because she's like, I forgot how to code switch. So she had been in COVID, been working from home. But when she went back in office, she forgot the code switch back because everybody at her office is white. So she forgot and she was talking out of term. And he was like, huh? She's like, oh, my bad. But, yeah.
The reason I asked that question, the reason I asked that question, because that is a perfect example of trying to fit in.
It is
with society or with the majority.
That shit's exhausting.
Listen,
we integrated neighborhoods, and so we had to do it.
It is exhausting.
Stedford white for like as long as I know Rick, but that's not really who I am, but that's who I try to be.
And then
I'm a little. Well, me and Veronica are around the same age, but being a little older than y'all, integrating neighborhoods. As I was growing up, my parents, we always had the code switch. We were always the only black kids in the situation.
I had to do it.
Lying to ourselves.
No. I'm just in general, just from like how we were raised. Like we felt the need to please our parents or please the exteriors, like put on this facade, like. Oh, okay, we go to church. Yeah, we go to church, and like whatever. Well, it's like a lot of things got tired, like in terms of front. Like no,
this is Veronica. This is what y'all getting. This is be real me.
I learned to do it. I learned to do it through the military.
Yeah.
Growing up, being in the military, being a military child, being a military brat, I had to, change my ways. When I came from Germany to North Carolina or Germany back to the States, period, I had to change from being black to being white, to being this, to being that. Because the way I acted over in Germany, they didn't act like that over here. So I had to change my whole thing and try to fit in here just to be accepted.
Yeah.
But I have a question for y'all. Now let's take code switching and let's go a little bit further into another area where if you notice when we got to like the 80s into the 90s where every rap tune glorified the projects in the hood, where you were only cool
when you were in the hood.
You belong to the projects in the hood.
And down with Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Look, man, that shit right there. Was Yo MTV Raps or Rap City. Back when was it Chris Thompson was the mayor of Rap City, just in case y'all. Anyway, it was always in the music videos. I'm hard, I'm tough, I'm from the hood, I'm from the projects, It's glorified, but that was on the record label's contract. You have to give this persona like you are tough, or you wear high-tech boots and you carry a Glock, and you know what I'm saying? But
it's almost like taking you away from the two-parent family, taking you away from the family in general. All that was null and void. Everything the struggle
was glorified. The struggle was glorified, and my identity with that. Okay, that was true back in 1983 or 4.
But that was true only in those certain areas.
But it was more than that. And the crazy part is, you got cats that lives in the meadow but act like they came from the ghetto. That bullshit. That bullshit.
Because it's trying to be. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Is
that pressure that was put on? That you had to be that in order. And I'm like,
it was really no pressure. It was really no pressure.
No, let me tell you. Let me say that.
I say that.
Pressure for you.
I say that because, hence, trying to be accepted. They're trying to be accepted, and because they're trying to be accepted, there is a pressure in that measure. You don't have to live or be a certain way, but you're attracted to that because you feel like you have a place in that to make yourself
never
feel.
attracted to that shit. I was
no, you were not. You were not. I was not. I don't like the idea. Of living on the floor, eating on the floor, talking to my family on the floor, from dodging bullets. Chris Rock, dodging bullets. You know what I'm saying? Like enough is enough. Like I don't have to. I was pulled from that environment. I was pulled from it, but I have to act like hard and like fight so hard to fit in. What is the point? Nigga, I'm tired. Look here. I'm Rick Sorrells. I'm Goofy.
Remember that was a part of that plan.
We learned how to code switch because my parents moved us to the side of the town where there was only. Well, it wasn't only just white people, but we had 2 military bases. So it was a very diverse community. And so it wasn't a lot of us, but it was a lot of minorities, but they weren't, but it was more whites, but it was more like Asians and Mexicans. And so it was very diverse community, but you still wanted to feel like
you fit in.
So
I can speak for myself. At least I did.
Right.
I said, you can't have a mom and a dad and be cool. Shaking my head.
Type shit. Man, please. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
But
motherfuckers act like they had a hard ass life. Until you can talk to me about having a mayonnaise sugar sandwich, Don't talk to me about struggling or in the fucking
No, even harder than that.
Hold on. Look. You said what? You said
what?
I said a mayonnaise and sugar sandwich.
Yeah.
Until you can talk to me about a mayonnaise and a sugar mayonnaise.
I can't
sugar
talk
sandwich.
about that. I ain't gonna lie. I can't talk about that.
I can't tell you about that.
My point.
Y'all ain't had no barbecue sauce sandwich,
bro. When that Jeep pulled up, yeah.
You don't. If y'all ain't been that life, you can't.
That's why I can't speak on it. Let's see. Jimmy said
Veronica's face is saying a lot.
I've been from here from the Rudies all the way to the damn Pooties. I've been on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got back to the kids here. Well, when we got back, it was, you can't mess with the rich folks. Oh, they rich people. We can't mess with them. They need to stay over there in the rich folks section.
Bullshit. No, not bullshit, but it's like, but it's like, to me, it's like, even the rich folks.
That's the way we was treated,
Right. Yeah.
We was treated like we were rich. My daddy went and made a living like your mama and daddy should have done, made a living.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, why treat me the way like this, then I'm just as black as you is. Why you treat me different?
Right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just say this real quick, and then we're gonna go to the chat. Folks can be really different.
Shit.
Our own folks can be the hardest on us. Remember, I told you all when I grew up, like when we lived in. I'm gonna use North Carolina as an example. Lived in Garner, North Carolina. Those railroad tracks now, they separate this different sides of town. Your own people can be harder on you than people of other races, because the people who didn't want to speak to me and give me the hardest time were the people of my own race, not the
family. Did I say that?
Yes, right.
Man,
that's the harder ones to deal with.
So what I was just gonna say earlier, man, is predictive programming, right? A lot of people try to minimize it, but it's a fucking thing. It's a fucking thing.
Yeah, it
is. Somebody try to control the way that we think, speak, act, and everything else. And guess
that's what I've been saying all the time about the media. Yes.
Based off of history or whatever, and people are trying to make you feel less than because saying, that was so long ago. Nah, motherfucker, that was 50, 60 years ago.
Right. It ain't been that long.
You know what I'm saying? That's 50, 60 years ago. But all I'm saying is the programming or predictive programming or the plan or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it happened. We know better now. So now that we know better, we should be
know better. They don't do better.
No, right. Yeah. People don't know what they don't know.
Some of them know better.
They know better. And you know what?
I'm right. Well, hold on, Rick. You're right. I'm saying some people don't know what they don't know. But for those who do, there are still some, and I'll just sit here and tell you right now, like I'm confused as hell. My son decided, to make a change. You know what I'm saying? Based off of what I provided for him. You know what I'm saying? Right. But he decided to make a change. I don't fault him for that. That's his choice. But when I think of it from my perspective, and that's just only from my perspective now,
right?
His viewpoint may be something totally different.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I respect that. It's fair. But from my point, I'm like, you had this, but you chose that.
Right.
Guess what? I will never know the reason why until my son decides to share that with me.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But
because you're gonna find out what it really is.
Right. But as a parent, only having one view, I'm baffled, right? But my son, in his mind, he may be like, yo, you was whack. Like, and it may be the harsh truth, but I'll be like, well, son, can you explain to me what exactly made me whack, bro?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and I had no problem with that. So okay, for the, and I'll just put this because there's people watching, for the women or the parents with multiple kids, you can raise them in the same household with the same whatever, but when they grow up, if you ask those kids separately, their experience, you're going to get a different story.
Yeah, definitely going to be different.
Three.
Definitely going to be different. But you know, let me hit this chat real quick. So before we come, and we'll come back to that point, Mike. Jimmy was saying, y'all say glorified. A lot of people that come out of hoods had no choice. Some of us had to click up in order to survive. And I totally agree with that. I was just saying that in music, why did they try to maneuver us to a place that if you were not rapping or singing about the hood, you were not a part of that movement? They just did it
You
as
know
a
damn
movement.
well why.
Because they tried
we know why.
the Black family apart.
Yes, they did, and that was the whole plan. And put the brothers in the prison system, all that. You know, that's the plan. So that's the only thing we were addressing. Shannon said, "Sir, butter noodles are my favorite. Butter noodles? What are butter noodles?
Ramen noodles with butter.
Oh, okay, ramen noodles with butter. Okay." And then Jimmy said,
that was a cuisine. That was a cuisine.
So you either had a big ass sack of potatoes, a 20 pound of rice. You had pinto beans, navy beans, red beans with some ground beef and some cornbread.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like
no.
Some rice and some fried chicken.
No. All you need, what you had in your cupboard was
chicken and rice.
No,
the white label
none of that. Shit that said that you bought from HEB. Shit that said,
I don't know about HEB.
Right. Shit that said it was black and white. It said cereal.
That wasn't from HEB. That was from the government. That was the what's the name?
I said the cupboard or pantry, same thing.
Yeah.
Shit that said it was in black and white. Shit that said cereal. Shit that said cookies. Shit that damn near shit that said, hey, a whole box and it just said food.
Hey, look here. You had sardines.
Government giving out
government cheese. Hey, government cheese. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Cans,
You had sardines, Vienna sausages.
Talk to me. Talk to me when you had a melted government cheese sandwich.
If y'all ain't, that's the
you had that meat with
powdered milk.
Red string.
Yeah.
You had that meat with the
powdered milk. Powdered milk.
The yellow string.
Let him finish reading the comments.
Y'all didn't never have powdered milk.
Yeah, powdered milk.
It's nasty.
It wasn't nasty to us because that's all we had.
That's what we had.
Well, you know,
I got one for you. I got one for y'all. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm being rude.
Let's say Jimmy said, Toshiba, you're female. You know it was different for us guys. He was saying it was different for them.
I mean, we weren't raised in the hood. We weren't raised in the hood, and everything was a choice. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Right.
All right. On this.
Well, I've experienced both the hood first, then up out of the hood. So
if it was $10 or more, you better have that damn book of food, that book with you to get.
Hey, talk to me when you shopped at Tom Grove groceries.
You know what I'm saying?
No, talk to me when you went to Wales, the corner store, to get your sliced deli meats
or Piggly Wigglies.
Everybody didn't live in Austin, y'all.
No, not everybody lived in the hood. I'll say that. You live in the hood.
Because I didn't hear about HEB until I moved to Austin. In Texas, in Houston, we had Kroger, Safeway, Clayton, you know what I'm saying, Apple Tree and Fiesta. Goddamn it, like I'm just.
Well, let me get these old chats real quick. Shannon said, that's no guess why it was something we were in conversation. Jimmy said NWA explained it. It's basically hood news and testimonies. Shannon said bone apple botine. I don't know what that is.
Bone
appetite.
Oh, okay.
Bone your appetite. Fuck your appetite.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jimmy says, so you say. Oh, he's talking to Toshiba on that one. So you say. And Shannon, is that a pig? What is that?
Look, when she put that up there, the first thing it made me think about is hog head cheese.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. Michael Margo. There was a place called, it was a Hoghead Cafe off of East 12th or East 6th Street. Do y'all remember that?
That's nasty.
What was the name of it?
It was Hoghead Cafe or a Hoghead restaurant, and they specialized in hoghead cheese. It was off of East 12th or East East or it was East 12th or East 11th Street.
So let me tell you what messed me up when I started traveling around whatever. I was looking for hoghead cheese, but they called it South.
I've heard that.
It's in other places called South. Same thing, roughly.
South meat.
It sounds like how it's going to taste.
Sounds like
South. My bad. South.
Baby, why you sick? South.
Like,
yeah.
But no. Okay.
South sounds next to like stars. It sounds like an infection.
Correction on the pig head was it's for Piggly Wiggly. Yeah.
I said that earlier. I said Piggly. He said Piggly. Oh my man, that
I never heard of Piggly.
Yeah. So
I used to like to go to the country to go to the pig. Yeah, I like going to the pig in the country.
Yeah.
So take the exit from.
Yeah.
Have y'all noticed though? Have y'all noticed that like in a lot of the commercials and a lot of the TV things that I guess nostalgia sells, but have you noticed a lot of marketing and all of that other stuff is pretty much back in the day? Like kind of
going backwards,
yeah.
That set it off.
Yeah.
Right. Hopefully it's so that people can learn more. Yeah.
Hopefully.
You know. Hopefully they will.
And keep us distracted.
Speaking of pizza, I just want to ask, like, just digress a little bit. Margo, how does, or is there a difference in terms of the taste of Mr. Gatti's pizza?
Oh, you hit one right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even.
Yeah.
Like I used to fool with Mr. Gatti's, but I don't. I haven't.
Hold on. Okay, so I got to do this right now. Dial 459-2222.
Yeah. Hey.
And you finish it, Michael. Finish it.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, look.
No. I said finish it.
Yeah, and we'll get something for you. Hey, look.
God damn it.
No.
I remember Mr. Gatti.
No, it's a dial 459-2222 and get your Mr. Gatti pieces delivered.
But
real hot.
To try to
real taste is what we got.
Hey, what's that one? It's the one right there before you get all the way north to 183. It's off to the right where that CC's Pizza was, that McDonald's.
Capital Plaza?
Can we go? Capital Plaza, baby.
Hey, we awesome. Hey, bro. We awesome. Even Tanya. Even your black ass. Tanya, even your black ass is awesome. You are awesome. Don't play. You claimed it yourself. I
got some Tejas in me. Yeah.
But I
part of his story, her story.
That time frame when you was pinpointing the music and how it was coming off, I think too that added to our not being as sensitive as the group of kids that's growing up now, and the things that's going on now in the world, especially having went through that 2 years of COVID and still dealing with the pandemic and all of that stuff. But it's definitely, that isolation and all that stuff is bringing out, for some, bringing out good, but for others, bringing out the worst in them.
Right.
And then which is causing all these reactions because people have to sit so long and deal with themselves and whatever issues they have or sicknesses they could have, and realizing, something's wrong with me, which is pulling out all that. Let's act on these emotions. Let's act on anything that we're bothered by.
Right.
And just attack whatever random person is around because, I want to direct all that hate or whatever's going on with me towards that.
So let me ask y'all this here.
Excuse.
Let me ask y'all this here. And I feel like depending on the times, I'll just be nice and say 20 years. It's 20 years in between each generation, roughly. Okay. I said I'll be nice because some people have kids earlier than that, right? So it's about 20 years between each generation.
Right.
Me personally, it's not about me, but I'm just saying me personally, I was born in 80. So between 80 to 2000, you know what I'm saying, 20 years, right? 2000, that's 20 years. And then you have 2000 to 2020, right? And we all know that between, the 70s and the 80s was a crack and all that shit epidemic. People don't want to admit it, but certain things were targeted. And then in the 90s, you had another movement. We know what that movement was. And if you don't think that those strategies worked, they did. And we see the results of it now.
Yes.
The thing about that is people will say, oh, yeah, and they have their rebuttals and everything else. But it plays a role. That's all I'm going to say. It plays a role. Mm-hmm. We get now to further into the information age where we're able to learn and know, and we should be able to grow. Some people choose to stay where they are because that's what's comfortable to them. And some people choose to try and make change or change the situation for them and their particular family. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I say that, but what are y'all thoughts on that? You know what I'm saying? What do you think how it should be, how it goes, your perspective on the history or the journey, like anything like that? I'm just putting that out there. I'm curious.
I feel like if you're not growing, you're dying. And so with every step, every change, like first you have to have awareness. If you don't have awareness and anything that's thrown out at you, you're going to accept it as is. And so instead of questioning, instead of trying to think about, what's the real motive? Like, everybody who was into Yo MTV Raps and Rap City, not all of it. I'm not going to say all of it was bad, but just the glorification of what this is, even though the reality of it is those were people's lives, was people's testimonies, but it was also glorified to make it seem like it was safe, like it was good. And for some people, it was because, look what it got them. But then you have all these other people that are trying to emulate what those people did without actually walking in those people's shoes. And so you're distracted. If you're distracted, then you can't elevate. And so that was the whole thing, is to distract you, to distract us. Why? So they can control us. So they can keep us where we are, where other people could elevate and keep that control of us. Because they don't just do it in TV. They do it with our food. They do it with everything. Yeah. Doctors, everything. And if you're not aware, if you don't come out the matrix, I'm going to go somewhere else, so keep me in line. But if you don't come out the matrix, you're always going to be in the matrix. You're always going to be distracted. And you're never going to grow.
And agreeing to everything that's shoved in your damn throat or your ear and mouth.
And always accepting.
Can I support your
Absolutely.
So I'll just say this: I did not realize.
It's not argument.
No, I did not realize that your food choices were very, very different based on where you lived.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh yeah!
Why you think we got the hand-me-down government cheese? Why you think we got?
And what I'm saying is, I did not realize that. I did not realize until later on in life is what I'm saying. That based off of where you stay, you only get check cash in place, liquor store, whatever cheap ass grocery store that they decided to put in there, and And then the good food, the Whole Foods or the Aldi's or whatever.
Rental loans, rental
right,
places, furniture rentals, loans.
I don't know. They was just on the opposite side of town, you know, in different zoning
it wasn't
areas.
bro, it wasn't that opposite off of Stastny Lane.
Y'all but know? it also the income that's in that area for the people that stay around that particular store also determines the price of certain or said objects in that store. The items in the store, because I can go to a HEB on this side of town and go to the same HEB, like carry the same products, and it might just be a little bit higher in that area, and I'm like, well, why is that? Because that makes no sense to me.
But don't y'all do that to this day? I mean, don't you travel to the stores to this day that y'all know are going to have the best foods?
Yeah.
Well, now that I've been exposed to,
but I didn't know that the certain areas of town and the store in that area and the people and their income in that specific area determine the price of some objects, whether it's
I tell you what,
higher or lower.
If you want to know whether or not you live in the hood, look for a Whole Foods.
No.
Hold on, no.
Yeah,
even
no,
but even still, hold on. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Whole Foods is not as whole as we think it is. But hold on, Margo. Margo. Finish your point. Go ahead, love.
Oh no, I say, well, if you look and you start seeing, you know, in your neighborhood, a couple of liquor stores like every few blocks, or some title loan place, or you know, just certain things. I look and it to this day sometimes would upset me, because it's like you're building and placing these things towards areas of towns that you know are low income, that you know that are struggling, but you're trying to keep people still in that same continuous loop. They don't need a title loan, and they staying in, you know, the project right across the street, and y'all put a title on because y'all, you know, like, come on now, you gonna take their car? You go.
I will say this. My viewpoint changed, and I started seeing things a little bit differently. Doesn't mean I forgot where I came from, but I started seeing things a little bit differently. And a lot, you know, other people think this way as well, or notice this, that because we made certain decisions in our life, we were able to have different experiences. And in those different experiences, we realized that because we travel and because we change our location or the way that we live and our lifestyle, it's certain instances that we don't experience or encounter as much. Doesn't change the fact that when we encounter, it don't go way to hell left, but you don't see certain things as much when you change your situation. And I'll just contribute that to tax bracket.
Well, see, to me, I can only listen to a lot of stuff that you are saying, because my parents, coming from the old school in which they came from, they made a decision early in life that they wanted to expose my sister and I to things that they didn't have exposure to when they were young. So we always lived in those, right? Exactly.
You do better, yeah.
And so we always lived in places where we were not exactly welcome, but they got to know us. They got to, you know, deal with us, love us, whatever. You know, we went from kids jumping over the seats, not wanting to sit with us, to inviting us to the slumber parties and Christmas caroling with them. You know, that's just how life was, and they had to get used to it.
They got sold. They'll make our choir that much better. Let me stop.
But I'm just saying, there's a lifestyle that I never experienced on that. Now, when I became a young adult and I had to fend for myself, I did have to start making those choices. And I made choices at times what foods I wanted to get, if I wanted to go to the stores where I can get more food for the buck, or if I would go to the store, I could get better produce and other meats and stuff for the buck. You know, those choices you make as you get older. But growing up, I had a different way. But I do understand what you're saying, because those are choices I made as a young adult. where my money wasn't always what I wanted it to be. I could get a whole lot more over here at times, and then if I wanted to go over here, I just made those decisions.
I think
I tell you, but I'm gonna tell you right now. To this day, I know better. But when I go to the grocery store, I'm getting a 50-pack or a 100-pack of Tostitos pizza rolls. You know what I'm saying?
Those are so bad for you. Do you know how?
And those, matter of fact, am I allowed to? I can't show brands on here. I can't show
brands. We got to avoid saying brands. We got to avoid saying brands. Like I'm still like,
y'all know those chicken and cheese burritos and those beef and cheese burritos that I'm talking about is in the store.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
And I'm gonna leave it
and I know and the label name. Her name is Miss. I gotta go.
No, we're gonna leave it alone.
No, bro, them chile green, the burrito, the cheese burrito, bro, the green, red, and the blue. I know this.
I'm just saying. But
wow.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, somebody hit the chat for me. Where
did we? I told the last place we left off. I think Miss Ella Rose had the Piggly Wiggly. And then she says, what a trail we have gone down in such a short amount of time, because we did go nostalgia for a minute. So she's bringing about that. And, and those, like I was saying, nostalgia is the thing that I've noticed on TV when it comes to songs, jingles, jams. They're playing all of the old school stuff and everything else. And then Jimmy Jacobs comes back to say, man, my number's way off. 20 years times 5. I don't know if he's saying that he old anymore. Look, I'm messing with you, Jimmy.
He has 5 kids, so I think that's what
we're
talking about generations.
Jimmy out there getting busy.
Well, he has a set of twins.
Okay. Well, Jimmy, at least we know. At least we know.
Jimmy was still busy.
They do have Southern lineage behavior, so
my mother is
right. And so, as we were talking about
from Texas, so hush.
I missed that. Well, say that one more time.
California.
Oh, okay. And then I had missed it earlier. That's why I was trying to get it. But and then he goes to say a Malcolm X or MLK Street. That's how you know for sure.
True. Right.
Yeah. So
what?
But
I don't think there's an MLK. There's a Cesar Chavez, but I don't recall there being an MLK.
Y'all have as long as y'all have a Cesar Chavez. Y'all have a Cesar Chavez. Y'all have a hood. Caesar Chavez.
Oh, there's an MLK.
Is there an MLK or a Cesar Chavez in Oxnard? Because I don't remember. There's a Cesar Chavez elementary school, but I don't remember if we have an MLK.
And y'all have an elementary school?
Yeah, we have an elementary school. It's across the street from my church.
If you have a Cesar Chavez, no matter where you at, you have a hood. Don't give a damn. Here.
Cesar Chavez.
Cesar Chavez.
Yes.
I guess we get back to the subject at hand. Just do you all feel with people not knowing? Like me personally, I feel like there's just this lack of information that people have that's causing them to be uneasy. Do you all feel that when it comes to going to comedy shows, when it comes to going to any show, because we've seen this happen at an award show, now we're seeing it happen at a comedy show. Do you feel like we're going to see more of this bad behavior for a little while people get their heads straightened out? Or do you feel like where it's going to go? I mean, what do you feel?
I think that it's been going on. We just now open up our eyes. That's how I feel. It's been going on.
Well, they got an Image Awards getting to come out next month. We're gonna see what's gonna happen on Image Awards.
Yeah, we're gonna see a little bit more.
Wait. Come back again, Mama, because we can barely hear you.
I think that we will see more of it because Will and Chris said it. It's gonna perpetuate from that because Will slapped him. Chris didn't press any charges, and as they tried to just let bygones be bygones. But the reality of it is now everybody thinks, well, they did it. Why can't I do it?
Exactly.
Veronica, what did you say earlier?
The Image Awards are coming on next month.
The what awards?
The Image Awards.
The
So.
Image Awards.
NAACP Image Awards.
Image Awards. And that's it's all it's continuously.
Along that note, let me jump in here with this article real quick. I've been wanting to do this for a while here, and this goes along with the whole thing about Chris Rock. Chris Rock responds to Dave Chappelle's claim that he at least got smacked by someone of repute. Okay, so just 2 days after Dave Chappelle was attacked during the Netflix Is a Joke Festival on May 3rd, and stand-up comic is already joking about it. It says, during a secret show in Los Angeles Comedy Store, Chappelle shared new details about the audience member who rushed the stage at the Hollywood Bowl to tackle him. The alleged attacker, Isaiah Lee, was arrested and later charged with 4 misdemeanors, including, well, they said it was a felony, so I'm not going to get into all that. But Chappelle, via The Hollywood Reporter, revealed that he spoke with Lee while he was detained by the Los Angeles police. Lee allegedly told Chappelle that he intended to draw attention to gentrification after his grandmother was forced out of her Brooklyn neighborhood. Chappelle noted that Lee appeared to be mentally ill. Okay. Chappelle additionally told the Comedy Store crowd that pals like Louis C.K. reached out after the attack. Longtime friend Chris Rock also joined Chappelle on stage at the comedy show. Chappelle said, at least you got smacked by somebody of repute. That's what he said to Chris Rock. Citing that being slapped by the Best Actor winner Will Smith at the 2022 Oscars. I got smacked by a homeless guy with leaves in his hair.
Damn. Yo.
Look,
but it's like you knew what you was going into before you gathered up the energy, climb your ass on stage. You knew what you was getting into. Number one, Dave Chappelle's arms are not like the Chappelle Show. Number one, and another number one, nigga, you knew what you was getting yourself into before you climbed your ass on stage.
But his intention was to bring
attention to himself.
Right. But Veronica was going to say something too. Veronica, what you going to say?
I was just watching, while we was on the show, I turned, TMZ came on, and they was talking about it. And Chris Rock, I mean,
we got to do better.
Dave Chappelle just said that he's glad that they had security of whoever attacked, which was Busta Rhymes.
Yeah, he was glad that those particular artists were in the audience.
The young man that attacked him got his leg,
stepped in and Busta
broke his arm or something. I think he broke his arm or his leg.
Busta straight gangster.
Yeah, Busta.
Your son, you should do that shit, son. Yeah, son, you should do that shit, son.
Bust you up for real.
Busta Rhymes, bust your body. How about that?
Yes, sir. No problem.
But
why you think Dave Chappelle was lifting?
Let me finish this. Let me finish this article real quick. Now, when they were talking about, when he said, I got smacked by a homeless guy with leaves in his hair. So Rock responded, he said, I got smacked by the softest end that ever rapped. And so Rock had previously gone on stage on May 3rd in Hollywood Bowl. And he said, was that Will Smith? That's what.
But you know what, though? But you know what? I feel like this. If he can go back after, whether you believe if it was real or fake or whatever, but for him to come back and banner, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that when people banner back and forth, like there's an expectation of touche, motherfucker, like you got me kind of thing. Right, that's how I feel it. It is right, like touche, like okay, because I guarantee whether you believe what you believe, whether Will Smith was genuine in his apology or whatever the case may be, he knows that the jokes are coming. So if he want to be in his feelings about it, that's fine. But you did what you did, and the jokes are coming. Yeah, you got to take that. You know what I mean? So, but
But I'm gonna add something too. I found this to be interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Howard Stern and Howie Mandel weighed in on Rock and Chappelle attacks, and Mandel said that the violence against stand-up comics marked the beginning of the end of comedy. What do y'all feel?
No, I doubt it. I think it's going to boost it up a little bit more.
It's going to cause comedians to be to alter their craft or be more creative with their craft because they have to consider PC. And remember, we talked about this. For me, I like to kind of, because I'm doing it now, right? I want to say what I want to say the easiest way I can say it because it's simplified. But my version of simplified could violate PC. And now I'm being canceled because of the new culture. And I don't judge nobody for whatever, but it depending on, I'm a different genre or a different era. So I'm like, motherfuckers is just being soft now.
You're a different mindset.
Mindset. And the first thing that people will say back in my day, and remember, we just talked about the views of society change.
Right.
And what society says is you can go against it, but don't be mad when you don't make no more money.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. I may not agree.
Because Dave Chappelle, he left television because all of a sudden he decided it didn't feel good anymore. Well, I'm not gonna say all of a sudden, but it didn't feel good to him anymore, and everybody thought he was crazy. And why did he walk away for all this money? And look at him.
I never thought that.
I remember that. Yeah,
I never thought that, and I never thought that. There's a hidden story. There's a hidden.
The backstory of why he walked away and why he left, and all that other stuff with the comments of them trying to really control his craft.
Right.
And force him to wear dresses and all kind of stuff that just went against who he really is, his core.
Yeah.
So I definitely get it. He has
in that sense,
it takes certain individuals to realize that. Right. It takes certain individuals to realize what the truth is. You know for a fact that there are things that are left out, and the media is like so bent on pushing out the negative narrative. But we know without things even having to be said, where is this cat at? Where is this at? When they're putting out all this negative things about this certain individual, but we never heard their perspective. We didn't hear we didn't hear from them. So a lot of people leaving. This is what it is because they're so used to, or they're so reliant on media. They always tell the truth, or they believe what they believe, hence they vote for who they vote for. They do what they do, they buy what they buy, they eat what they eat. And be careful what you're fed, and be careful what you put in your mouth. Now, and Dave Chappelle reinvented himself, and now it's like, now those same people that was like praise him, and then stone him. Now he's back in full effect with his reinvention. Now it's like, I'm back on Dave Chappelle's team. Well, we call it. Tanya. What was it?
I want Mike to talk, and then I got a point.
So all I'm going to say is this:
code switching.
What Rick said, and hopefully I'm right, but what Rick said kind of validates Tanya's stance, and that's why I told you, like, I go back and forth because I can see what is and what isn't, but it kind of validates what Tanya was saying, right? When you were saying what you were saying, hey, he did this, he went here and he went there, and he stood firm on his belief. So depending on whatever message he was putting out there, the young lady puts out her viewpoint. People either cater to it or they don't. Does it make her wrong? Does it make her right? Who the fuck cares? But she does what she does for what was right for her, or what makes, what's wholesome for her. Now, people may disagree, and you can do that, but you stand firm on what you believe. Dave Chappelle, a lot of people will be like, oh, you sold out, or you didn't do with this, you walked away from 50 mil, or whatever he walked away from. But he did right. Well, he did what he felt was right.
Resonated with him.
For him. You see what I'm saying? And he comes back, he rebrands himself, and then guess what? He makes more than the 50 mil that he walked away from.
Sure.
Hold
on.
Let me throw a monkey wrench in. And I'm only saying that because Tanya holds her belief, and I'm not trying to sing you out.
I'm gonna take you down a rabbit hole down deeper.
Okay, go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead. I talked enough.
Oh no, you're fine. Because I want to just add to it. I'm gonna throw this at you. I know the story about Dave running, and then he didn't want to do what they wanted him to do, and then he came back. Mm-hmm. You know there's the other side of that story, right? You know this. Let me guess, girl. Let me guess.
That ain't Dave. He's a clone.
I mean, you know that when you don't sell out at a certain point, it is not funny. This shit is really real. This is really real.
Yeah, I'm messing with you. But you know my thoughts, though. You know my thoughts and beliefs, so.
Yeah, but there's a certain point, because if you look at some of the older people, how they look then, and then how they look when they came back again, I'll bring up the point once again. The person who is supposed to be the leader of the free world is the most perfect example. You can see very clearly. I can show you the pictures. It's two different people. The same thing about his sidekick. It's two different people.
I asked you about a certain person just because I seen this person's picture the other day, and I was like, damn, you look good for a white lady. Susan Lucci.
Oh, you think they're asking if she is the real?
Yeah, is that the real Susan Lucci?
Now she's been in one space for a long time. That's a 50-50 right there for me.
And why does Paul McCartney? Yeah, because
has she been elevated into other things? I would say no, but she kind of stayed in the same place for a long time. It's possible that this is the same one.
And why does Paul McCartney and Smokey Robinson look the damn same?
Smokey is not,
because they're not the real ones. They ain't been the real ones in a very, 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 very long time.
Well, damn, Tanya, that was a whole decade for that. Several decades. Girl,
yes. I mean, but you know what? They were so crafty though, because even back during the Beatles times, and they switching over, the whole Paul McCartney thing. Remember the whole story that they went through? They took you on the whole ride of what happened with Paul McCartney, and they let you know, they actually put the story out there that that's not the real one. You might be too young to know that, but they actually put the full story out there that that's not the real one. I was in college, University of Texas. I remember the whole damn story. And I don't remember it now, but I used to tell people the whole story. It was kind of scary. It was kind of scary.
Ago, wasn't it?
Shut up. But the thing is, you have a lot of it. It's fine. You have a lot of entertainers. And one of the songs that I love right this moment, but I love it for a different reason. And I don't listen to it all the time. I'm just happen to be using it in the video for my great nephew, Beyonce. I Was Here. She's basically saying to you, I, as the real one, once upon a time was here. That ain't the real one no more. People will tell you this stuff. You're just not listening. You think you're being entertained. Ain't nobody entertaining your ass.
Are you not entertained?
Damn, Tanya, you make this shit sound personal. Anybody saying your black ass? That's all I heard.
Because it is personal. She wants you to wake up and respond.
Tanya, I'm not going to turn your black ass, Rick. Don't hurt my body. What did I do?
Ain't nobody entertaining you.
I'm gonna entertain your ass. Well,
they telling you the truth. You all somewhere thinking that somebody just did.
It ain't about it ain't about you.
It ain't.
But it's true.
It ain't.
And they put everything right out there for you.
Now, Michael's
I mean,
also
they do not mix words. They put everything right out there for you, and people act like they don't see it.
So
It's one of
maybe that just mean that maybe she was here in a past life.
Which one?
Beyonce, the song.
Oh no, she was here. I met her when she was the real one.
Okay.
When she run around, little white jumpsuits on a flower on, that was a real one. That was a real girl. The real one.
Hey, look.
At a certain point, you're not getting to a certain level without without them folk coming to see about you. At that point in time, it's different now.
Y'all ever see people, man, that you could be having a simple conversation, and it's so simplified that you say one thing and then the whole conversation takes a different tone because they personalize it
all the time.
You know what I'm saying? And I say
daily.
You know what I'm saying? And they personalize it.
I can do it too. Do it too.
And
daily.
Because you know what I'm saying? Because it challenges a core, something in your core.
Yeah.
And so you instinctively defend your core.
Right.
Yeah.
But guess what? The person that's telling you something could be giving you that remember we were talking about when somebody disproves something for you, but because it's challenging your core, you refuse to accept it, which we call cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Right. But you go home later and you think about it and you be like, damn. But either your
Let me give you some example of what you're saying right now, Michael.
Go ahead.
Okay, remember during the time when Hillary was running for office? Okay, remember during the time when she almost fell out and all that stuff, and they stuffed her ass in that van and everything? Remember, she was outside, she was falling down, and they got her in that van right away.
Oh, yeah.
Right. She was not sick. That was them clones breaking down. See, now the clones, they don't have the cloning facilities like they used to because the good guys, the white hats, have been going underground, blowing them up. So these clones are bring out very quickly. They have these handlers around them. When you see these people all of a sudden grab them and get them places, those are the handlers. Those are the ones who tell them what to say and what to do. Those clones are wearing out quickly, so they're using stretch skins, they're using robots, they're using lookalikes. Look up this person and her husband on Google. You'll see 1 million different people who look alike, who resemble one another, but they all don't look alike because they're a bunch of clones, stretch skins, lookalikes, all kinds of things. We're seeing things happen like that in front of our faces when they break down. Remember how some of them, remember when Al Roker was doing the weather and then all of a sudden he froze? Y'all remember that? He just froze.
I just said Sick Roker. I mean Al Roker.
Yeah, I mean, but there's different incidents where they break down like that. Incidents happen where they break down.
Look.
I mean, there's different ones out there all the time.
Tanya, when you're owned, when you agree to be owned, you're not just owned. You're no longer you. You're no longer who you think you are.
Right.
They are no longer who we thought that they were. They
were who we thought they were.
Right. And it's like it's kind of scary to talk about because
it is.
We look at it all the time. You have to look in the eyes. One eye is bigger than the other because one eye has the camera. So we look at it all the time. We do close-ups on shots on the TV screen. And you can see one eye is small, bigger than the other one, and the one's like this. And so this one is the one with the camera. And we just say all the time that they think we're stupid. We're looking right at it. This is a lot of stuff.
They keep us distracted with all the stuff that they put on TV. So
right. So you won't see it. Right. So they don't want you to see it. So they distract you with all the other crap. So it's right in front of our faces.
Okay, let me ask you guys. Let me ask everyone something. Just because you don't know of or see current events, but you're told about current events, do you not know or believe that you have like the simple sense of cognizance of putting shit together? Do you not have the cognizance of like putting things together because of things is like what you're told in terms of negative, but then there are a lot of things, there's a lot of empty or blank spaces like, yes.
Some people don't want to put things together because they have to be led by their other family.
And then
you have some people that just have that gift where they just know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You don't have.
They just know.
I don't like it.
Right.
I don't like it.
Leave her alone.
Can you leave me alone? Can you leave me alone? Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
She would not leave.
Real. It's like my wife, dude. Like my wife, putting things in perspective. Like we do challenge each other a lot,
as you should.
It's not necessarily at all like argumentative, but it's like Negro or Negrette, like shut the fuck up and listen. Like okay. And it's like, oh shit! You know what? God damn. All right. Yeah, I ain't mad at you. Whatever, Rick. Whatever, babe. Yeah. Damn, that's true.
He just say, "Let me let you in on something."
You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Does anybody value their humbling moments?
Yes.
Oh hell yeah. Because I'm not going to be walking out here and talking the same shit and not listening and not receiving the fold of or what is really happening, like getting a whole perspective. Because thank God for my kids and my family, my wife. Like you know, you don't want to get out here and like sound like a true like an idiot. Well, this is some shit that I found out versus what you found out, what you think it is. This is what I found out. Let that sink a little bit. Okay, you know what? Those
are some of the coolest conversations when you start comparing with folks. I mean, I do that all the time with my group of folks, and we be like, "Did you hear this mess today? What?" And we just go back and forth. And then, like I told y'all, everything doesn't resonate. Some things would be like, "Oh, that's some bull. That's some bull right there. That's some bull." Right. But other things click because we, certain things click with your brain, or certain things click because you've heard other parts of it, right? And you bring it all together,
because you may receive 1/4 of something, and this is what's weird to me. It's weird, but I enjoy it. I'll receive 1/4 of something 2015. I'll receive another 1/4 2020. And then I'll receive another 1/4 or another 50% in 2022. And I'll be like, damn. Hopefully, in my mind, the way I am, hopefully I still have contact with the person that gave me the initial 1/4 or whatever, or the opposing view long time ago. So I can be like, say, fam, I'm going to just tell you right now, back here when you said this, man, I done came across some information that validated that shit, bro. My bad. And I don't know. Like I'm one of the people that I express gratitude and everything. Not everybody do so, but my journey takes me on a different path. And I've told y'all, 2014 is when I realized that I wasn't the parent I thought I was when it came to my child. You know what I'm saying? But I took a course, I took a class, and realized, oh snap, I'm wrong. Let me go make this right with my youngster. Right? Yeah. But in the process of making it right, I realized that I may have been too late. You see what I'm saying? Right? So when you realize that you may have been too late, you can try to correct it, but you may have been too late. Just think about the people that have been hurt or maybe scarred from whatever stuff you did.
You have to work harder.
Say again, man.
You're never too late. You just have to work harder.
Yeah. Okay. No, I heard you. I just caught my error. My bad. My apologies.
That's all right.
But for me, I felt that, and it made me feel so bad inside. It did. It made me feel so bad because I tried so hard not to. I tried so hard not to be like something that I ended up being just like that.
Right. You fight so hard, like when it's told to you, like, don't behave this way. This is what affected me, and like having to work through of getting out of that mindset or getting out of that repetitive way of thinking and behavior. Because this is what I was taught, this is what I fed, and now you're told to do the exact opposite. That's a whole nother workaround.
Right. I have my personal views on that. We can talk about that outside the show. I guess because you know me, I go left and go right. But I guess my thing is it's a humbling moment. And do people value those humbling moments, or do they be like, it makes me feel uneasy and uncomfortable, so to hell with that, I'm gonna stand where I'm staying because I can't. You know what I mean?
I think it depends on the person. It's an individual thing.
Right. Okay.
I came into a realization that I wasn't the parent I thought I was either. I think that goes for every person. If you're really trying to be self-aware and trying to heal and trying to grow. As I started healing, my kids started healing, my husband started healing, and they started revealing to me things that I was like, oh.
Right.
Okay.
Right. No, it's hard. No, that shit is hard.
You pride
You've been doing something for so long.
Parent,
You've been thinking you've been doing something for so long, like it's working, but it's like, no, okay, you may have trump or help me trump in certain things, but along the way, no, fam, no, dad, no, or stepdad or whatever, no.
Right.
You went about it the wrong. You repeated those same habits that your parents or your step parents or whatever. You're repeating the same behaviors and thinking you're gonna do something different. You picked up those traits, and there were failures along the way.
I want to get Margo in
along the way.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna deflect.
Start heading to the wrap also.
Yeah. My bad. Go ahead, Margo.
No, the thing on that is that we're so often only in our own like mini movies in our own minds that we don't see ourselves from the outside. Everybody else on the outside sees what we do, day in and day out. So your feedback from them is like, oh shit, like I didn't know that I do that. Like I didn't catch it. But like, thank you for letting me know. And it's like, okay, how do I take this in? How do I take it in? How do I process it? And how do I put it back out there in a more positive way? Because I didn't realize I was doing that, or I didn't realize that I was, in my doing that, I was harming you as well as, harming myself, or, and that it was creating that much of a shift. So you don't walk around with a mirror every day, just like, everything you do.
But that mirror's a mother doodly.
Mother sucker.
I had to realize what the time was.
Right. Headed to that 20 minutes. Yeah. You know what, y'all?
But I will say this. I want to piggyback. I'm sorry. I want to pick off back on Margo's thing real quick. Everything you said was spot on.
Yeah.
But people, and I just learned this recently, people have fan clubs that value the friendship over being real or delivering
honest with each other
or delivering. I know y'all not gonna agree with it. The Kevin Samuels, right?
All throughout the shows, up and down.
Right. No, but like that harsh truth, because I just learned it recently. People have a fan club, and you go to them as your trusted agents, but they value who you are, or they don't want to break your spirit. You know what I'm saying? But you need that, and it right. You need that. You know, I don't know if y'all agree or don't agree, but if you do, you please voice it. But it's those things that you would hope that if they're in your trusted agent list, that they're going to give you the real deal. But some people may see something in you because they're on the outside looking in. Man, if I tell this motherfucker this, he finna snap, or you know, or he finna. And I'm saying he because I'm, you know, I always make it about me. Yeah. But like they're gonna be like, oh, this person's gonna snap, or this may break this person's spirit based off of what I know what's going on in their life right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
well, you know
what? It's like, can you receive what you give? Can you receive what you give?
Yeah.
Can you take that? Can you take that?
I am convinced that you all. I don't know why. We don't do a drive show, like because I mean y'all do a 4-hour show easy. I mean doing a morning, afternoon, evening, a night drive. Yes.
No. We just did the same thing. What is a drive show?
No,
you know, like morning drive, afternoon drive, evening drive, where you know where your 4-hour stint, you know, and people are like, oh, that's a long time. No, not for this group. this group can't get no show under 2 hours.
I'm joining morning. Oh no, that's a whole lot of getting up at 3 a.m. to be ready at 7.
She's saying that this is
yeah, morning, afternoon, evening, night. There's a lot of this. It's a lot of clock.
And even about that, how do you feel about?
You finna go off somewhere.
Yeah, I am. About time.
Yes.
It's
gonna be even longer.
Let her start bringing you back.
You already know.
Wrap up. Let her wrap up.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the wrap. We'll come back and say our what's gonna be happening for us in the following week. So that's it for the living room this week. I tell you, this tea in this living room tonight was off the chain.
We're not even done.
Yeah, I know. So let's take a break. We'll be back for the wrap in just a few moments. In this one,
Nothing. She's on a commercial.
welcome back.
Excellent.
You know what, y'all? I apologize to Jimmy that we didn't get back to the chat because there were some more comments there in the chat. It's
hey, no, I was laughing at that. That's why I was laughing, because he straight up. It was so funny when we witnessed the banter back and forth between fam. He was like, "Yo, watch how you handling my sis, Rick." Like that's why I was laughing. I was like, "Hey, look," Jimmy was like, "Hey, fam, I love you, bro, but you know, blood thicker than water, pimp." You know what I mean? Like that's why I was laughing, and that's what I was gonna try to get to. But you just
I didn't see that. That's
oh man, yeah, I was laughing.
That's always.
Oh man, but of course, welcome back, folks. Mike, whenever you bring your face back to the place, we get ready to do the wrap.
I'm sorry. Damn, I didn't realize it. I was trying to I was trying to get Jimmy's FB info.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, it's about time for us to wrap this thing up. Because I will admit, it's always a wonderful thing to be on with y'all, but sometimes I get questions from my friends. They're like, "How do y'all stay on so long? Why do you stay on so long?" I'm like, "Because my folks get to talking. It ain't no stopping, you know." And it's like we're only once a week. So if we were like every day, it may be a little different. You know what I'm saying? But these folks got a lot to say once a week.
And a lot of times we don't like people have different things going on. And so there's like an elongated period. like I can tell you right now.
I don't know how to.
This right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 of us on here.
Right. And
I ain't
trying to
talking
get
y'all in a
word
minute.
out. Right. Trying to get word out amongst,
Well,
it
6
is like
because she was in there tonight. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
Right.
girl, how you doing?
it's hard sometimes to get that in. So yes, it can be. And it's like I don't mind, I don't mind at all. But we're gonna head towards that wrap because we are
I
running
gotta
at
be up in 4
3:48.
hours on the road.
Okay,
I don't care though. It's worth it.
All right, then 3:48 and some change. Well, first of all, let's go ahead. I'm starting with you, Margo. Start with you, Margo. What you got coming up this week?
This week, pretty much just wrapping my brain around this review we're supposed to be having eventually at work. But I'm not stressed because I've been doing this for years, going on 16 years, and so I know what I'm doing. And this is like clockwork. I just gotta keep doing my job like I've been doing my job. It's just giving my best and tending to these little folks. But besides that, I am looking forward to having this summer off.
All right.
And I've been enjoying
when do you finish?
May 27th.
Oh, you're almost there.
So from May 27th till, sometime in August, that's what I'll have off.
All right.
And, I like to do that because it's back to back to back to back in summer school that will have me tired. But yeah, besides all that, looking forward to everything else that's coming up, and I've enjoyed this past week of teacher appreciation. I came home with so many different things. Like they don't necessarily tell you every single day, how much you appreciated this and the other. But when this week came, it was a lot of, here we're feeding y'all, we're doing this, we're bringing this. I mean, I'm glad to see that parents are starting to realize how tough it can be, and are kind of trying to pay us back for some of the work that we do, because we do a whole lot. So
all right. Thanks for being here, Margo.
No problem.
All right. Rick Star, what is Rick Monster and Toshiba doing this week?
Quiet this week.
We chilling. We are chilling. We have so much else going on. So we just have to take a back seat this weekend. And just relax, and that's it. Just kick back. Baby, she like I said, she showed out. She showed out and sold out all her shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't nothing. You ain't bad.
She's everything.
You ain't nothing. You ain't
everything.
You ain't nothing.
You gonna mess around and get beat down up here.
What's going on?
What's that song? The song Punk Step Up and Get Beat Down, remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that song?
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, thank y'all for being here. The reunion is happening and happening soon.
Thank you for allowing.
Oh, no problem. All right, Micah Lee, what you got coming up?
Micah Lee. Boy, y'all just put my whole government out there with that old country ass shit. It's crazy because people are asking me, all the people I meet, they be like, well, what do you go by? A lot of my folks here is military. They be like, oh, I call him Russ or Russell or Russ.
Hey.
Then people be like, right? And people like, well, what do you go by? I be like, I'm gonna tell you right now. My name is Michael. You can call me Michael. I'm probably not gonna answer because my name is common. If you say Michael in a public place, about 12 motherfuckers gonna turn around. I'm sorry, 12 people.
That's why I remember Michael Lee.
Yeah. But then I tell them, I say Michael Lee. I say this some old backwoods country stuff. Where your mama get mad at you, she call you by your first name, your middle name. That's what I respond to. And then some people take to it, and then some people like, they like what they're familiar with. Coming from the military, a lot of people go with the last name thing. But anyway, just with the whole nonprofit thing, man, we are on that. We are at that point where it is. We talked about it, a lot of things. We planned, we talked, we planned. Right now, we switched over to go mode. You know what I mean? So we switched over to go mode. A lot of people ain't seen me in go mode. I have not seen my counterparts in full go mode. So we're about to learn a lot about each other. But I feel like because our goal, we all have the same goal, we respect it. So everybody's gonna respect each other's go mode, and we're gonna press. You know what I'm saying? So it will be very interesting, and I look forward to it. Because I feel like for me, you know, I like the grit and the grind because, you know, in family and in relationships and whatever else, that grit and that grind or that hustle and bustle is what you learn about the people you're dealing with. But I feel like the love and the respect is so intricate that we will be all right in the end. You know what I mean? So I look forward to the journey. And we're at that point where we're putting boots on ground and we're networking and we're grinding and hustling and everything else. And it make me feel like I'm back in Dub Springs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Straight
hey, 27.
So and I'm just being real and being honest with y'all, man. We family. But that's where we at, man. And I'm done with that. That's where we at. That's what I'm looking forward to. Me and my folks in grind mode, and it's time to hit the streets and make it do. We gonna make it do what it do, baby.
Yeah.
All right, then. Thank you, Michael Lee. Rock.
Oh,
Miss V, what you got coming up?
Miss V.
I'm gonna try to still get on with some of my people and see about getting into different organizations.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my thing together with the organization and help, to do a little community work around their parts.
Thank you. That's cool. That's real cool. Well, I tell y'all, my biggest thing for coming up this week is to try to move myself out of the pulmonary edema stage and try to get my health back together. There is something that's being put upon us really heavily now because we are heading towards the transition. Remember, I said last week in this conversation, Mike, you said, what happens when people find out the things that you said that it might be true and they find out from somebody else? And are you going to be mad when they come back to you? And no, I'm not going to have time to be mad because I got stuff I got to do. I'm moving on to the next thing. And that's what's happening right now. They're kind of like pushing us into a mode of get your mind right because you got big project.
Read the screen, baby. Read the screen, baby.
What?
Okay.
Tanya, you're holding mirrors. You're holding mirrors. Hey, look at this.
Margo got it.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, Margo.
I don't know. He was saying read the screen, talking about his name, Mr. Mind Right.
Oh, I got you. Because I was lost. I was lost.
He said that same thing. Why you over there gloating?
Yes. But that's where we are right this moment because they're, even though I have my plans, film studios, films and stuff like that, and I have a new guy that's trying to get me to do a project with Jamie Foxx and Robert De Niro. I'm not interested in any of that right this moment. I am interested in moving in my circle of what I'm doing because remember I told you there's a lot of these folks who are not going to be there. That's
a certain type of commitment. That's a different type of commitment.
Yeah, and I ain't trying to get none of that because I know what's coming for me and it's coming very quickly. So I'm making sure that all of my ducks are in a row, that I'm ready to hit the ground running with whatever humanitarian project I want to do first. The studios and stuff, that's something that's gonna be on autopilot for me because we already have that and that plan there and the development team that's there. But this other thing is kind of new to me. So I'm finding myself thinking about how to get that going. Of course, we'll bring in the right people and I know what we want to do. But when we're talking last week, Mike, remember we're talking about the foods. I would love to work with the foods right away. I would love to work with the planting of good foods and stuff right away. That's something that's even become even more so on my mind now. And so that's something where I'm trying to decide what will be the launch pad on the humanitarian side. Is it gonna be something with food, or is it gonna be just getting people in housing? I mean, just things like that. My mind is kind of going there now. So that's where I am right now, because the transition is coming fast and furious. And so is June. And y'all know what I'm talking about. We're talking after show. Yeah. We were talking after show just
I'm thinking about right in front of the Whitney Center. What is it? Rosewood Avenue? What is it? Shoot.
Your mic is off mic.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. Mother's Day come up here fast in the sun gun.
Yeah. I know. I was gonna say at the end of the show, so let's do our Mother's Day thing for the end of the show, right? But let's go ahead and do my social media. We'll be back in just a second.
We hope that you have enjoyed this episode of Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon. So be sure to like and subscribe. And also check us out on all of our other social media.
Welcome back. Yeah, Michael, he did spark a flame last week, just in me trying to figure out where to go first. First on the humanitarian, we actually had a lot of conversations this week based on that, about what we want to do first. I mean, that's the conversation I had with some of my other folks who standing in the exact spot as me. What y'all want first? Because we all got to have our heads together. So that is something where, look, we'll talk more about it as time goes on. But I want to say to you all, thank you all for being here. Thank you all out there for listening. And as I said just now, of course, the Mother's Day is on Sunday this week. So all the mothers out there, of course, we all love you and we are proud of you and we salute you. And to all your mothers, mothers say to you, your mothers and your mothers here that are on the show, and to your mothers as well. So. And so I thank you all, of course, for being here so much.
And thank you.
So I'm a mother to the four-legged fur baby over there. Yeah, and so I got my fur baby. It's a Tandy.
You're motherly to us as a youth. Don't get it twisted, because I don't forget.
I got all the Tandy kids. All the Tandy kids.
Even you were motherly. Even you were motherly then. And that's something I will not forget. Even though I'm like one out of the plenty, I do not forget that. I will not forget that.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
All it takes is one.
Would you say that, baby? Say it one more time.
All it takes is one.
It takes is one. You represent the Tandy kids. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All I need is one mic.
There you go. There you go.
How much you love him?
Are y'all checking? Y'all checking?
No.
Yeah, I'm checking this back.
She said she loves some lies. How much you love him? What you trying to say, Boniqua?
All right. Well, we're going to get out of here because Rick will start us into a whole new conversation. But thank y'all again for being here. And as I always say, parting, good things. As I say in parting, good things come to those who believe. Better things come to those who are patient. But the best things come to those who never give up. I'm Tanya Dixon.
Never give up.
This is the AIL team. That's right. We don't ever give up. And we'll see you all next time on Art Imitates Live. Happy Mother's Day. And we'll see you all next time. All right.